What's up? Happy Tuesday. We're back with more Redlock development today. Solar flare documentation. Time to do some design. I was taking a look at our Kanban board here. And it's going pretty well. So today we're going to be tackling this task, RL21. And man, after that, we just need to wait. Rex needs to add the Star Creator plugin to the branch, and then we can deal with that. That should be pretty fast for now because we just need it in the project. Exosuit lore is going to be happening. Actually, good question. When is it going to be happening? I don't actually have this Friday set to write lore. I might move that up though, and just do like that, you know? Because I don't know. I don't know how many more days I need, but maybe this Friday we can do it. Oh yeah, common UI. Actually, we're not doing that today. We're doing solar flare. Not lore though. Solar flare, like just documentations, just say, or design. I don't think this will take me more than a day. Worst case, 2 days. Something like that. We talked about Nanite last night after stream, so we've figured some more things out with it and found a couple of issues, but it's fine. Mesh list is happening while that's going on. Gamepad support I did a little bit of investigation on, so we can take a look at that when we're done with this documentation. But apparently there is something built in that would allow for native Dualshock and Dualsense support, which will be great. So we're going to check that out when it comes time to work on these two things, which hopefully shouldn't take more than a day or two, since Common UI should have the support for that with the device IDs. We'll get there, one thing at a time. But today, solar flares. And I already have an article made. Let's do it. What do we need to write about solar flares? Because I have lore written about them, and I guess it does kind of include a little bit of the gameplay. But it's not significant. It's more just here's the lore behind how they look and when they'll take place in games, so some of this is relevant. Let's start by thinking about what we want to say here. So of course we need to talk about what they are and why they're in game. I think we could talk about frequency for sure. We'll need one section for like the visual effects, the sounds, frequency, effects on player, I mean, we probably should tie into the spec scale that we made. And of course also the Redlock clock, which I think I was supposed to write something up. I just have that image here. It does tie into in-game time and clocks. And then also the station announcements. I forget what we called that. I don't think it was station announcements, was it? Yeah, I called the station announcement system. That's set to vertical slice 1. I think that we're going to do that for first playable 4 though. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. I don't really care what's written down here. We have a lot of stuff to do to finish out this game. Oh man, oh man. Oh my god, I have this stupid thing over on my Twitch dashboard. Can I get rid of this? There's like this graphic that keeps like changing to like something else. So fucking annoying because it's right in the side of my eye and I see movement. God, that's gonna bug me all day. Okay, so we have the overview and purpose, effects on player, frequency and duration, VFX and sounds, in-game time and clock, station, announcements. I assume that some of that is going to be... I'm going to be missing some things from that. We do need this, the difference between the flare and plasma ejection. Triggering too. We need like, when do they trigger? Triggering mechanism, which kind of goes with frequency and duration, but they're different enough. Flares versus plasma ejections. Because the flares happen first and then the plasma hits because it's slower. Yeah, I wrote too that electronics in the main shaft start misbehaving. Screens start to glitch out. Communications experience significant static. I would love if we could make this a reality. Some of it's not terribly hard. Especially if we do it through like a material parameter collection or something. I think we could do it. What's up, Paxian? How's your Tuesday? Let's start with this. Let's start with this. Okay, triggering mechanism. I need to switch my title 2 from blockout to design docs. We have 1, 2, 3, we have 8. 8, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. Flares versus plasma ejections. Effects on player. Frequency and duration. You know, I might include a section too about how the sun sits in the shaft. Just for like, referencing here. Oh, we probably want a section 2 to talk about the gameplay options that affect it. Game modes and difficulty options. You're off to France and Italy for holidays? Damn, I'm jealous of that. How long are you gonna be gone? Batsu. Just call Batsu's light. Although I need the actual correct. There it is. Perfect. A week or so? I could stay longer depending on the situation. A week does not sound long enough to have some fun in France and Italy. At least for me, it wouldn't be enough. Solar flares exist as one of Redlock's primary hazards and selling points. Would you think that solar flares are a selling point? Like, how many other games have had solar flares as a game mechanic, and especially one that is an active detriment to your ability to, you know, like climb something? I would say it's a selling point. Maybe not as much as one as, you know, some of the other points, but certainly it's a very marketable feature. Give me a tight schedule? Certainly sounds like that. Too much food and wine and cheese. Ooh. Gotta gain so much weight. Solar is one of Redlock's primary hazards and selling points. Hindering the player's ability to freely climb in the main shaft, becoming more of a threat as the player gains more altitude. I probably do need to talk about spec somewhere. Spec scale. Has to be compelling enough, then sure it's primary. I don't know if it's a primary selling point. But it is interesting because I think that most games that utilize some level of light detection are doing it for stealth purposes, right? And here we are using the same kind of technology to determine if the player is standing within direct sunlight of a star that is 30 times the diameter of our own star in the sky, blasting light that will melt your suit and ablative. Yeah, I think it's a selling point. These events are called spec events. A fictional scale for measuring The destructive nature. Volume of... And how do we word this? Like, it's not really... Volume of matter ejected by a star. This is stellar plasma ejection scale, right? The higher the number on the scale, the more damaging. What's up, Flo Dio? Happy Tuesday. Congrats on the 7th streak. Say Solarflow being a threat sounds lame as a threat, but then again, anyone can make a rock into something incredible if you build it right. Dying to Light can be cool, and you're right about stealth. Movie and the threat was missed for gosh sakes. I think that like I think in a hard sci-fi event, you know, because what are some of the ways that Earth is protected by solar flares, right? We are far away from our star, and so CMEs are much less likely to hit us. And when they might hit us, or you know, do hit us, our magnetosphere protects us by concentrating all of that matter on our poles, and that's what leads to the auroras, right? Is the plasma hitting our atmosphere and then burning different gases, right, which lead to different colors. Well, for Batsu and Kuakua sits way closer to Batsu and has absolutely no atmosphere. And so this thing is just being bombarded 24/7 because it is a tidally locked planet. So there's no rotation around, well, there is rotation, but the rotation is locked around its star. So Redlock facility sits at exactly the same point to that star at all times, and it's just, the sun is just constantly shining down on it. So, you know, normally they have this this shield that protects against the solar flares, but it has been damaged by the rock burst, in which case now this entire shaft is just being bombarded by the photons and the ejections during the entire point of the gameplay. So I think it's good. I think it's interesting. It's not just, oh, you're in the main shaft, try not to fall. Now it's, no, try not to fall while also you know, level 8 coronal mass ejection has just triggered, and you are right in the middle of it, and you have 15 seconds. So have fun. People will clock out with more. Well, I don't know if people will care about the science behind it as much as they understand intuitively what a solar flare is, and so they just know that it's going to be this really nasty thing that happens. You know, there's going to be sirens blaring from the station announcement speakers. It will warn you of a spec event incoming and count down to it. You will, you know, maybe we'll play some sound on top of that as well. The initial flare brightens up the sun and, you know, like kind of flashes a little bit. All of the electronics start glitching out, and then there's a bit of a cooldown, and then the plasma hits, which is way more dangerous and longer, and will create little wisps of purple in the main shaft because it is ionizing the oxygen. So I think people might be interested in caring about the science when they see how fucking crazy this is. We'll see. Reenact Fantastic Four solar flare scene. I'm pretty sure. Wait, am I right about that? Does it ionize into purple? Yes, purple-green plasma glow. So we'll get some of these, it'll be very faint wisps, but you'll see a little bit of these wisps inside the, in the shaft. And then because we have lumen being used, of course, we are going to have that actually brightening up the environment, which should be nice. Should be fun. Yeah, we can exaggerate. Well, we're already exaggerating, you know, CMEs from Batsu, because it is a pretty calm star in its age. But it's fine. Fine, it's a sci-fi game. Everything else will be super scientifically accurate. We can be a little bit fun here. For the gameplay. Rather than being just in the main shaft or adjacent to it while trying to escape, player now has to contend with flares and CMEs that are randomly spawned and could present a massive danger to them while climbing. Speedrunners, on the other hand, now have an element of time danger that they may choose to work around by seeding the run with something optimal, or challenge themselves further by seeding the run with a very dangerous seed. Yeah, I mean, the nice thing is that everything regarding our flares and well, for the most part, everything regarding our flares and coronal mass ejections is scientifically accurate. We are extending the amount of time for certain things because otherwise, and also limiting the amount of time since we just need it to make sense for the gameplay. But the effect that it would have when that completely unfiltered, unprotected plasma wave hits Kuakua, like that's nasty. You do not want to be caught in that. And you never know, it's like you might just be out in the middle of the, you know, the platforms by the time it hits, or you might be safe. You might have started to go out and climbing, but you know, you see it hit, and so you can just watch from relative safety of being adjacent. It's nice. Some Spectrum. Well, I think there are ways to find, you know, hard sci-fi and create compelling gameplay elements from that, but if you go just full science, you know, well, thinking logically, there would be so many redundancies in a mining facility like this in the future that this would never be a problem. And honestly, even if it were this dangerous, you know, they wouldn't build here. There's nothing here that's scientifically worth it in this planet. So you have to have some fun with it. You have to, you know, we make a fictional new element that's worth a shit ton of money and has these crazy, what's the word for it? Properties to it. We set it on this planet that's wild but realistic. It's a real planet and a real star. You know, we have to provide some reason for the player to be here and for the Redlock facility to be here. But I'm happy with that. want to see with game devs that go too hard on the science. Do you have an example of that? I don't know if this is the right angle for it. We want most of the shaft to be in the light up to a point. Just like that angle doesn't make sense then. What did he do that was overdoing it though in the science? I mean, I'd love if the bottom was hit a little bit. It has to pose a significant threat, and of course the higher you go up, the more it covers the... I mean, like, that would be nice. Detailed stats in a real-world exoplanets, expecting to use them as logic in the game. Like stats for the sake of stats. Like, oh, this planet has, I don't know, 67% iron. I mean, there's some there. I guess if your game is about like mining the planets or something, or who the fuck knows? Maybe there's some use to that. I think I included, I did like write up some of the stats about our... I'm gonna be honest though, the only thing here that's really going to be relevant to our game is... Well, I mean, to be fair, some of this is pretty relevant. Effective temperature obviously matters due to our, you know, what color we need for the star, the naked eye. Same with radius, that matters because of how large it needs to be in the sky. Mass, meh. Luminosity, a little bit relevant to how bright we want the star. Rotation period doesn't matter at all. But, I mean, this is mostly just for like, hey, let's write, I don't know, a little lore plaque about the star somewhere in game. As like, you know, welcome to Redlock. This is your new home. Take a look at the star represented by this diagram, and you know, there's just like a plaque with that information. Yeah, just some lore. Throwing that on top of a top-down sci-fi MMO. Oh geez, an MMO, wonderful. I mean, he's clearly passionate. Let's put it that way. I don't think I'll watch the thing though. Just for the sake of not clip farming while live. Yeah, but I think you're right, you know, just like, if it's not useful... it makes for nice lore. You know, I remember like in Mass Effect, you can take a look at like different stars and systems and see their stats. Pretty sure you can when you look at a planet. Yeah, like this has some light lore to it, right? It's good for that. Some people do like reading that. But I definitely wouldn't go overboard with the stats here. This was with Mass Effect Andromeda. But it's really just like basic information. And then a little bit of lore on top of that. Batsu. Batsu, Batsu, Batsu. The Redlock facility sits along the... oh god, what's it called? The point that is closest to the star on a tidally locked planet. Shit, I wrote this down somewhere. Atsu's light image looks like a god with his arms out and yellow hair. Shut the fuck up. It's not like... fuck, I don't know where I put this. I know it had the term planet in it. Shit. Okay, we're gonna explain it without using that term. Near to the point on Kuakua that puts Batsu almost directly above the facility at all times. This means that the main shaft receives the portion of the light that enters, while some of it remains in the dark. During normal operation, Redlock has a... did I just call it like solar shield? What did I call it? Yeah, solar shield. That protects against much of the photons and all of the plasma that Batsu emits. However, after the rock burst incident, the solar shield is damaged. The main shaft is now exposed to the dangers that the star presents. While under an emergency of this kind, the emergency station airlocks would act as a redundant failsafe to protect each level of the facility. However, due to the extensive damage, most of the emergency station airlocks are unable to, it's not protrude, more like, well, it kind of is protrusion, or extend, are unable to extend fully across the shaft. And something prevented them from getting triggered entirely. This is not lore. We don't want to get too deep into the lore of this. This is supposed to be the actual like design of the system itself. But we do need to talk about how the player experienced this damage and where the danger lies. In the above image, you can see a mock-up of the placement of Batsu in relation to the main shaft of Redlock, and how the light will hit during gameplay. Since the player starts at the bottom of the shaft, most of this danger will not be present, but will become more of a danger and hindrance as the player ascends. And of course, at around like level 3, you are able to trigger the repairing of the solar shield. Although we don't know exactly which one we want to do, either re-enable the production of consumable shield segments or enable greenhouse gas creation. And the solar shield is just to localize greenhouse gases. We're going to worry about that when we need to think about it a bit more. If you don't repair that, of course, you will have to try to ascend up to the top level while dealing with the almost entirely being exposed to the solar photons. So it could be nasty. Could be nasty. That is part of the optional gameplay, though, is to fix that. Let me write this. While in Batsu's light, direct light, or when standing inside of, well, I guess one Batsu's direct light, player will take ablative damage. And if no ablative is present, health damage. Health damage is taken instead during a flare. The damage is increased while the plasma ejection that follows a flare will see an even larger increase. That's not, that doesn't sound true. It doesn't sound true. What did I write? Not as bad as the initial flare, that's what I thought. And health slightly drains in addition to ablative while exposed to the plasma in the main shaft. You don't want to be caught in the plasma. Plasma not good. I mean, none of it is good. Just don't do it. Don't do it. Jump faster. Where the plasma ejection that follows ablative damage is not as harsh as a flare, but is more nasty than normal, and the player additionally takes health damage. When caught in the plasma. Okay, that'll work. Triggering mechanism. When a new run is started, by default we randomly generate a seed behind the scenes and use that during the run to determine when I mean, I do explicitly say spec events, right? Let me just bold that. Easier to refer to them as that. When spec events will occur during gameplay. Because the game's in-game time Really? U-Track? You're gonna log me out while I'm in the midst of writing my fucking document? Why is it that every day, every damn day, it's a new problem? Okay, it's fine. Jesus Christ. Okay, because the game's in-game time is at a 1-to-1 scale with real-world time. Whenever a spec event is announced to the player with a given time frame until its occurrence, the player can treat this as real time. How you doing, Andres? Welcome to computer work? Yeah, right? Oh my god. 2 R's, isn't it? Oops. And an E. In all, spec events are randomly I guess we can use the word spawned. And the severity, or let's say the severity and length also being determined by the seed. Players may optionally opt. That's kind of what opt already means. It's a shorthand for optionally. Players may optionally choose to turn off randomized flares as part of a gameplay RLA 14. If wanting to run with a specific seed or replicable spec events that match other the runs of other players. You know, it might be worth stating too that the events are decoupled from the in-game time in the sense that if you were to use the game difficulty option to match the facility time to your system time. So if, you know, I'm playing at 9:07 a.m., there is a difficulty or let's say game option that allows me to start the game at 9:07 a.m., right? And because it is 1-for-1 time scale, I get to experience the facility at the same time that the, you know, things are happening for me in real life, of course, unless I quit the game or pause it, something like that. Then it becomes desynced. This doesn't really impact gameplay too much. a little bit, but nothing too major. Or you start the game at the lore accurate time for when the rock burst incident occurred, and you get to climb up with the rest of the facility. But the spec events are decoupled from that, and they are more just relevant to how long you have been playing the game. So the first spec event would occur, let's say, random between 10 to 15 minutes after the start of the game. We don't care what time. Spec events are decoupled from the in-game clock in the sense that the current Redlock/Earth synced time does not matter at all. Means that one of the game/difficulty options to synchronize select time with your local system time will have no impact on flares. Let's say no impact on spec event triggering and management. You know, we should have like an example spec event and just like a narrative breakdown of how that works in the game. I think that'll be a positive thing. Spec events come in, you know, I should probably make sure that I'm capitalizing E in the spec event. That whole term will be proper noun. Specimens come in two parts. The initial flare and let's say the preceding, not the preceding, because the spec event itself is the first part of that. So let's say the initial flare and then the plasma ejection that follows it. When a spec event is detected by the facility, we warn the player of an incoming flare and a timeline for it. Although we'll kind of talk about that in the station announcements. Let's just describe it here. The flare is the initial flaring of the star briefly increasing the light's intensity. Over the course of a few seconds. Let's say some seconds, because it does depend on the scale, but we will talk about that in the next section. This will have massive and rapid drain on the player's ablative. What's up, Rex? How you feeling today? A brief lull follows. The flare. Since plasma travels at a much lower speed than the photons. However, since Kuakua sits so close to Batsu, I need to copy Batsu. The fuck is that stupid star name? Come here. You were doing more tests on nanite? What'd you find out? The plasma follows not too far after. When the plasma hits the facility, electronics of all kinds in the main shaft start to act up, including lights and speakers. Wisps of ionized oxygen create purple glows that dance in the main shaft. And if the player is unlucky enough to find themselves stuck in the main shaft, during this bombardment, player will take rapid ablative and health damage, though less ablative than the initial flare. 8 to 20 vertices and just less displacement and no back on walls. What do you mean no back on walls? Because nanite best practice is to have thickness to meshes. Otherwise you have problems with lumen light leaking. For optimization? Well, what do you mean by no back on walls? Like old school method of delete those faces entirely, since we don't need to render them? Or just having like really basic bitch triangles on the back? No backside. I don't think that's recommended by Epic at all. They specifically mention thickness to meshes. What's up, Ogram? Well, they're not doing their walls right then, Rex, because they specifically say that in their... in nanite somewhere here. Who the fuck? It might even be in the lumen. Fuck, where did I read that? To do with lumen. Because otherwise you get light leaking, and we don't want light leaking. So make sure that they do have backs to them. They can be complex, honestly, because they're not, the clusters aren't going to be rendered anyway, but I wouldn't make them low poly. They don't care about light leaks in some of their assets because a lot of their assets are meant to be used in open, already lit spaces where light leaking wouldn't be a problem. But because our entire facility is underground, we will have light leaking issues. So our meshes do need to have thickness of, I think it's 8 to 10 centimeters minimum. But we probably want to stay away from the larger quads in the back. It depends on how it clusters. If any of the clusters leak into the back, that's a bit of an issue. But if it explicitly keeps the clusters in the back, I don't know, we'd have to check overdraw. But I don't think they would be drawn at all. Well, if we randomly turn on a light source when the player can see it, then we have to do a whole bunch of updates. It just depends on when it's done. But you don't want light leaking from, you know, adjacent rooms, right? Or walls that curve around an area with lights behind this one. So no, we don't want any empty backs. They should be thick. And realistically, we want more vertices on nanite meshes because it enables better clustering. Otherwise, the clusters are too big. I mean, it depends on how big the mesh is, right? Bigger meshes are going to need more vertices, of course, than smaller meshes. But generally speaking, the fewer triangles that it has to work with, the worse performance and optimization we'll get with lumen and virtual shadow maps. And then on top of that, we get larger clusters, which we don't want. We want smaller clusters, because that will enable better culling and less overdraw. But I can see how less displacement overall is going to be better for us. We can displace not with one mesh, but we can just, you know, plant a whole bunch of meshes on top of that. We'll get displacement from, you know, like simpler, lower poly, you know, stalactites or like rocks that we can place on there. Something like that we just let traditional LEDs handle. Drink your pee from a bottle too? Hell yeah, I do. It's the only way to live. It's sterile and I like the taste. Alright, we need this. Copy. Detailed more in RLA34. This spec scale is a universal scale used to measure the what do I want to write here? Magnitude of all flare and CME events. We can display the expected danger that each flare CME presents to the player using the in-game clock. What's up, Oxymind? How you guys doing today? Who has been playing Slay the Spire 2? Because my god, have you guys seen the numbers on this? Look at this. Yesterday, 569 thousand people were playing Slay the Spire 2, which is in early access. There's 278,000 people playing it right now. There are more people playing that than PUBG. That's pretty insane. As part of the seed that is used to determine when a flare is spawned and how long, or I guess how long it lasts. We also use the seed to determine the spec magnitude. This directly influences the length of time that the flare and CME last for that event. I don't think it determines anything else, right? Duration dependent on spec magnitude, effects dependent on spec magnitude. Those are for the visual effects. Yeah, that'll work. Ugh. We kind of already talked about the effects that the flare would have on the player, but it's okay if we reiterate that in case somebody skips to this. the player is caught in Atsu's light with no flare / CME present, or if the player is caught in one of the more deadly scenarios, the blade of damage is a given. LB4 specializes in neutron ablation. Not the broad spectrum light that we see with our eyes. When standing in the light of Matsu, well, it's kind of just reiterating that. This means that the player's ablation or ablative will rapidly deteriorate in these scenarios. That's an incorrect recommendation. Flares are rapid and extremely deadly, representing the most dangerous part of a specivent doing extreme amounts of ablative damage to any player caught in them. The plasma ejection that follows all flares is longer and does additional health damage, but the ablative damage alone is less deadly than the flare. Of course, should the player's ablative be drained, then it all counts as health damage anyway. Yeah, that'll work. Just save it frequently. The frequency of and duration. Okay, no, these are two different things. The frequency of specivents is determined by the seed created at the beginning of the new run. I think we'll have some amount of like minimum buffer, right? So we'll try to aim for like a minimum and maximum time and then generate a random time between that. In order to ensure that a minimum amount of spec events occur each in-game hour, but also not too many, we use the seed to generate a random time between a min and max value. We could also keep like a rolling time of like number of events in the last hour, so that if the minimum roll is, well, no, I don't like that. I don't like that. I think we just let the chaos handle it, right? Because there might be a seed out there, or multiple seeds, where you have tons of like minimum time chosen, maximum magnitude spec events that are actually being generated. And I think that that's really fun for like major challenge runs. Or, you know, if let's say in optimal speed runs, you are going to be in the main shaft at minute 17, 52, blah, 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 until you beat the game. And maybe there's that seed out there that just beautifully spawns high intensity flares at exactly those times. And so that's like a uber challenge run for speedrunners, is to find, and kind of part of the fun of the community is to find those seeds that are really, really dangerous for different scenarios. And then you can make like a new, I don't know, like challenge run where, you know, you have to use dick butt as your seed because the dick butt seed spawns in the worst flares. It would be a good seed. That would be a good seed. Dick butt, my favorite seed. We likely won't spawn spec events of magnitude 9 or 10 in the game at all. That is important to note. We won't monitor the number of spec events that occur each in-game hour, so there may be seeds out there that are more or less dangerous than others. Due to frequency. When generating a spec event, we also use the seed to determine the magnitude. This magnitude along the spec scale determines both, or let's say the durations both the initial flare as well as the duration. As well as the plasma ejection. Severity of these two. I don't think we list that severity. Yeah, but I mean it would be severity. Severity of the specimens. Also controlled by the magnitude of the event. Meaning that higher scale or higher magnitude specimens are more damaging. The flare and plasma effects of higher magnitude specimens are more damaging to the player. It'll be a lot of like seeded randomization, right? Because we need to like first just randomly seed the magnitude, but then dependent on magnitude, we need to randomly seed how long that's going to be because it is dependent on magnitude. So we'll need to pull from like different tables of min and max values and then use the seed to determine those and a whole bunch of other things, and then we can actually spawn the event. It's honestly, it's not that much work. We just need to make sure that it is consistent so as not to, you know, screw up, and that would ruin speedruns because then of course people are not operating under the same conditions. And of course, you know, I think that some level of randomness is okay for speedrunning, absolutely. But I want that to be opt-in and opt-out. So if you want to do like a speedrun category where it's a random seed, you can. Otherwise, you can enter the seed and it's going to be consistent for people who are trying to, you know, beat like that really, really hard seed with just horrible timings for speedrunners. That needs to be consistent. Visually, flares will brighten and flicker the directional light but cause no other visual disturbance. I mean, it'll be pretty fast, and I don't think it should be so egregious, just more like a very, very light flicker between a abnormally higher value and, let's say, the normal. Nothing below the normal value, though. You know, like you're turning off a light. More just that it's like surging a bit, right? Feel a bit like a power surge of light. And I think that luminosity. What's the correct term for it? Because as it gets brighter, it loses a bit of its color. It becomes like desaturated. Is that the right word for this? Desaturated a bit due to the more intense light. No direct sound will be heard from the flare while this is occurring. Saturation just gets brighter to higher exposure. What's the right term for that? Because I don't think it's the saturation. It's like it's like the value, like a. Like like the HSV, right? Is this the correct term for it, like the value? They refer to the same attribute. Their definitions of saturation differ. I kind of want to get the right term here because otherwise, it could fuck up the design. Hue saturation value, HSB is B is brightness. I guess it depends on what we're meaning with that, right? That's a pretty nice chart. I gotta be honest. Well, I guess in terms of HSV, saturation is the correct term to use here. It becomes desaturated. But I think also the value would go up. So I think in both cases, yes, it becomes desaturated, but also either the lightness or value goes up, but it depends on which. I'll just put it that way. It becomes less saturated, and then the lightness / value increases. Lightness / value will increase due to the more intense light. Good to double check on that though and get it right. Okay, visually the plasma ejections will not flicker / surge the light at all. Rather, purple-green wisps of ionized gases will appear in the main shaft, and electronics in the facility will start to what's the word for it? Misbehave works. Start to misbehave. some of these misbehaving electronics may have distorted noises or static, speakers especially. What if you would hear like a faint, I mean, do auroras sound, I don't think they would sound like anything. They can produce audible sounds, though it is rare and typically happens only during intense displays. Faint crackling, popping, hissing, or whooshing sounds, often occurring 200 to 300 feet above the ground. Electrical discharges.
You may have seen the Northern Lights.
Shut up, I don't want to fucking... Okay. Stupid. Shorts.
Static in the sky.
This crackling kind of sound.
Almost like shooting.
Like something is burning, like...
For years, scientists
Show
said
it to me.
that was impossible. That's because the aurora happens far above Earth, where sounds cannot
Stop
travel.
speaking.
But many here still say they can hear it.
Show it to me.
One old man told me that I'm very sure that they make sounds, even if this were my last words. So the aurora made...
Alright, fucking old people. You can't tell me that nobody's recorded it. Just like comparable to radio static. Yeah, I mean, we could have that. During high magnitude SPES events, ionization and electrical discharge in the oxygenated does produce a faint crackling sound. Needs to earn her salary by narrating obvious things. I feel like there's this like focus on over narration of short form content. Like I don't mind being told something, but also like everything has to have this narrate. You know, I can at least appreciate that has like a real human narrating it. Not like some AI generated narration that you see on some stupid shorts. I don't know what it is, but it just feels inhuman. Like, not only is the narration not a real person speaking to me, but the content being created feels like it wasn't created by a human either. Some viewers might be blind, not even watching their screens. Maybe, yeah. You'd be like bam bam from all sides, hoping something sticks. I wonder what percentage of short form content viewers just let the short form content play while they like veg out or don't look at the screen. Only about 9% report giving them their full attention. Viewers tend to swipe quickly, with 55% stopping only for a strong immediate hook for a humorous moment. 66% of viewers will watch an entire video if it is under a minute. Jesus. The average view duration is 27 seconds out of 60 total seconds. This is somebody's anecdotal evidence from their own shorts. That's crazy. That's wild. Our brains are being cooked, man. The sounds referred to here are not only sounds the player might hear from the facility as a whole, but rather just the sounds related to the flare plasma specifically. Station announcements detailed further are considered a separate source. Okay. Keep going. Just like to save it. I need to refill my drink. I might do that real quick before I start in the next section. Let me do that. BRB. Oh. That's why it feels weird. That was the wrong ears. It's like they won't fit. I like these flares, but we are really gonna have to do our best to get them looking good. I think Rex is gonna have a fun time with that though. With all the visual effects and you know, setting up like some cool glitching effects on computer displays. I think we can go through meta sounds for like the static of speakers, but I don't know yet. I just believe that we can use meta sounds in that way. It should be fun. You know, I want them to feel dangerous. It's gotta feel dangerous. Like a fire in a nursing home. Let's make our concoction. I think I poured too much water in here though. Okay, caffeine added. Let's do the lemon. Lemon added. Now the strawberry. You know, if smokers can have smoke breaks, I can have alchemy breaks. No! Whose pinching went off? Who's showing the chocolate groundhog? Alright, we gotta shake it up. Well, let it sit there for a few minutes. Some of the bigger pieces like cluster. They'll dissolve eventually though.
I'm gonna come.
Oh! Do it. In-game time and clocks. Station announcement narrative example. We'll give okay. Yeah, we're almost pretty good on this. I mean, it's kind of weird. Like a really weird thing about being a game. I don't know if anybody in this chat is a game designer, but I think if anybody is a game designer, you know the one universal truth: nobody reads the fucking documentation. And especially in small teams, I don't think that some elaborate, detailed documentation is super necessary as long as people are aligned on vision. However, I still enjoy and recommend writing it down because of posterity, right? You know, even small little details like, you know, what's the purpose of this again? Like, why are we adding this? You know, you could be working on it and be like, wait, what point is this feature for? Oh yeah, it's right. It does this and this, and then we plan to tie it into progression or whatever the hell. Or even little notes of, you know, we don't intend to spawn spec events of magnitude 9 or 10. You know, and we can even just write down why that is. These events are rare in real life and would likely kill the player immediately. This keeps our unsafe / dangerous events in a safe enough. what's the word I'm looking for? Let's just say between a relatively safe min-max. No one reads documentation. How do they know the specifics of their tasks? I've been asking that for 10 years. I get a little cynical with this sometimes where, you know, I'll be like, I don't know, there's like sometimes internally what's going through my mind when somebody's asking me like, hey, what is this, you know, what do we want for this feature? What is this, what's the purpose of this? Or how does the player deal with this and this? And I know that it is explicitly detailed with like graphs and numbers and examples in, I don't know, section 2.4 of the documentation that is linked to the task. And in my mind, I'm just like, okay, tell me you didn't read the documentation without telling me you didn't read the documentation. But I still have to write back, thankfully, this has been, or thankfully I wrote up exactly about all your questions in section 2.4 of the document, and then I'll link it. Let me know if there are any questions or, concerns you have with that, or things that you see that might not be fun. But, in my mind, it's like, I know you didn't read it. You just... Yeah, it's horrible. I'm gonna slap their lazy ass. Okay, but to be fair, then you know the people that do read it, because they will come to you with, like, super specific questions that are not answered anywhere in the documentation. They will have a deep understanding of the feature, and you can then just like start from a lower level basis of knowledge, where maybe they've read my whole documentation on solar flares, and they will say, how exactly do we plan to have the electronics misbehaving in the game? And I can say, well, I intended to, to have it be done through a material parameter collection, but maybe there's something we can tie into the in-game timer component, or maybe both. What do you think is our best method of achieving this? I like the coders or other developers that are like that, where you can clearly tell that they care about the systems that they're making and aren't just reading the task and then working on the thing. Night and day difference working with those people, and I would, those are the people that if I had the money, I would hire them first and foremost. It's not even about like their individual skill. Like, I would rather hire a 2-year experienced coder who acts like that than a 10-year experienced coder who just reads the tasks and is doing what they're, quote, supposed to be doing. There's no fucking use. All spec events are shown in-game on our... What's the word for it? Dynamic clocks. The ones that normally show Kua and Earth synchronized time. While this is detailed more in RLA36, not yet actually. The mock-up for this is below. Year one is done with his role, job market, and life in general. He just wants to do it, get the money, and fuck the hell out from all this. I mean, I can understand the mental headspace for that. I really can. I don't think, I don't have much ill will towards passionate developers that have become disillusioned or burnt out, because I've been there. I really have been there. And honestly, sometimes I get in that headspace every month with game dev. But at the same time, you know, I'm hiring somebody to be part of that team and to find their passion again, and I want to enable that. So, you know, I don't have the time for that. We learn as we go, but if you're dispassionate or you've gotten burnt out, then you just need to spend time and focus on your health and then come back. Well, we may randomly, or well, we will definitely randomly generate and be aware of upcoming events for the seed. It's important for immersion purposes that we don't what's the way to put it? Display events / flares that haven't even occurred yet, even if we know that they are coming. The above board shows only spec events that have been formally announced to the player via the station announcements system. Good question too, because, you know, like even in this mock-up we show like a flare being 5 minutes away, right? I guess to some extent that could be predicted by the I don't think it'd be the magnetosphere, but it is kind of the magnetosphere of the star, right? Is my understanding is that, you know, our planet has 2 poles, but these stars are like just so boiling underneath the surface that the shifting of poles and polarities is what kind of creates those bridges of plasma that then get broken, which then, you know, sends that flare of plasma off into space. We're gamifying that a bit, right? Of course, and how we are predicting that. But part of the triggering probably needs to include like a time in which that spec event gets announced to the player. How you doing, VR? How's it going today? We do say when the spec event will occur during gameplay. Well, let's put it this way. This determined time to spawn is the time at which the station announcements system will formally announce the arrival of the flare to the player, with the announced timeframes being an offset from that time. That makes sense. Will the game have a co-op mode? No, this will be single player only. You get to enjoy it at your own pace on your own time. We don't have a full station announcements document yet. That's going to be worked on in BS1 or probably first playable 4, so we can write that up during the next milestone. We'll put a placeholder document in place though. Why is the period blood lighter today? I diluted it. With liberal tears. We'll just put this as TBD. RLA 43. Our station announcements system is an immersive way to fill the audio space of the game with emergency announcements, in-game advertisements, and general station information, such as the changing, or such as like you know how you like refer to it as lights out when the station is going to sleep? You know, what should we just like, you refer to this as like day and night time? Because it's all regulated by facility lighting, right? Because the facility is underground, and so we need to manage people's circadian rhythms, and they do that by having strictly regulated, you know, daytime and nighttime lighting. And this is announced with like a wake up. That'll be a fun system to design. And we might have it automatically get managed. Pulling in the hours and minutes and seconds from the time manager. And then like, I don't know, a data table or something that different things that should occur, and you know, a queue system maybe. I don't know. You could get pretty crazy with it. When a spec event is ready to be formally announced, which always takes precedence in the station announcement system. Yeah, but like we'll have to have priorities too. So like spec events take highest priority, but then there might be others that get queued. Maybe some that can ignore or not ignore, but override the current event. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be a fun system. Fully automated in-game announcements. The announcement immediately starts by dictating the arrival and magnitude. Spec event of magnitude 6 detected. Let's use the above one. Using the attached image from the previous section. Blur ETA 47 seconds. Duration of 12 seconds. Plasma ETA 1 minute and 58 seconds. Duration of 36 seconds. Like it should be pretty short, concise, and not maybe grammatically correct. Estimated values to the reference for flare ETA 47 seconds, duration of 12 seconds. Plasma ETA 1 minute and 58 seconds, duration of 36 seconds. And then we can do like, you know, that information then is pretty terse. I wonder if we should have like a term, or if your work order of the day is putting you in danger of spec events. We should have a term for that. Like, oh, you're working in the main shaft today on some maintenance of, I don't know, one of the emergency station airlocks. So your work order today has, you know, like a specific color or tag to it where, you know, I was watching, what's his name? Smarter Every Day, Destin. And he went in to a nuclear power plant. And they had some really cool systems and ways to denote people who are working in more dangerous parts of the facility. Yeah, really good video, by the way, if anybody is looking for like something really cool to watch while eating. It's like, I don't know, 2 hours long or an hour and a half. Really fucking good video. Yeah, they had exposure cards. So maybe we can call it like, I like the term exposure card. Like, please seek safety if your work order includes a flare exposure card. Do we like that? Yeah, they had rate limits, dosage limits. In our case, you don't want to be caught in any of that. Spec event of magnitude 3.5 detected, flare ETA 47 seconds, duration of 12 seconds. Plasma ETA 1 minute and 58 seconds, duration of 36 seconds. Please seek safety if your work order includes a flare exposure card. I like that. That's a fun little bit of lore. World building. Am I pro-nuclear? Yes, I am pro-nuclear. It is a ridiculous amount of energy and power for quite cheap, and it's very safe. And honestly, I did not know how safe it was until I watched Destin's video. Yeah, he's a really cool guy, and he's just the passion that he has for all the topics he talks about. It's one of those channels that if I had a kid, you know, this is your education. If you're gonna watch something, you know, you have like an hour of TV time or YouTube time, we're turning on a Smart Everyday video. It's very family friendly, but also very interesting. We plan to have station announcements for the following events. Related to Flare/CME. I was thinking of how to word that. Initial formal announcement of flare detection. Flare arrival countdown. From 10 seconds out. Flare arrival. I mean, the flare's pretty fast, right? Like, it could, I bet we could have duration, a pretty low duration. I think that we should... We take the minimum number. No, I'll put it down here. For any announcements made from a certain time, such as counting down to the end of a flare, the minimum time is picked between the countdown's max and a limit of 10 seconds. This is a solar flare? Yes, this is our in-game solar flares and plasma ejections.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
That's me. I self-identify. In other words, if a flare duration is 8 seconds,
Daddy.
we count down from 8. If a flare has a duration of 15 seconds, we count down from 10. Is 10 too much? You know, like flare ending in 10, 9, 8. I guess we could always adjust it later. It doesn't really matter right now. This is just initial high-level design of it, so fuck it. it really doesn't matter at this point. We only know that we want seconds that count down, and whatever that ends up being is whatever. If it's 5, it's 5. It's 10, it's 10. If we start with 10 and we record, you know, somebody's reading of numbers from 10 all the way down to 0, then we have 5 down to 0. So adjusting that later is no big thing. The world, has the atmosphere of the Earth gone away? It is not Earth. The planet is called Kua Kua, and it is extremely close to its host star and has no atmosphere. So it's not very safe. And the solar shield has been destroyed. If you're curious about what our planet is, this is our planet. You can read about it on Wikipedia or some other white papers. But yeah, it is very close, and it is likely tidally locked, which is one of the pretty awesome aspects of our planet. Yep, 45 light years. So it's a long ways away. I think we should have like the formal announcement of Spec event ending. How is it even livable? They live underground. The entire facility is underground. This is the surface up here of the planet, because it is a mining facility. And then they have like a solar shield up here. Imagine it like this, but it has been damaged and fucked up because of the rock burst. So you have the light of Batsu just shining in, whereas normally the solar shield would collect most of the photons and all of the plasma. Now it's bye-bye. And if you're caught in the light during the flares or plasma ejections, you are not going to be in a very happy position. Following example is a narrative way of describing events from initial detection of the Spec event to the ending of the Spec event from the player's perspective. Did I see the Artemis mission? Which one was that?
Daddy.
Shut up, Dramox. Fuck's sake.
You can't spell Microraptor games without gay, and boy, let me tell you, you are gay.
Oh yeah, the moon. Yeah, yeah. When is that? When is the first launch of that happening? This year. April 1st. Ah, it's the flyby. That's pretty soon. Yeah, the initial is the flyby. Early 2028 is the lunar landing. Okay, this will be really macabre to talk about, okay? You have to understand that I'm doing this just for the memes. Imagine if this fails. It will only make the conspiracy theorists think that we faked the original moon landing even more. What about all the pedos in the Epsteiner files? That's a good question. Launching it on the SLS, huh? Some cool mission patches though. I like these. There's 65% chance they launch it by April. I mean, I guess we'll see what the... I don't know how long the window is for this flight. I don't know if we know yet. Because if there's... I mean, it's actual people on this. If there's any bad weather, anything weird, they're going to cancel that like crazy. They're not going to take any risk. And I don't know how long it is until the window opens up again. They're monthly windows of a few days duration each lunar month, and daily windows lasting a few hours on days within the monthly window. The revised Artemis II plan, which calls for Orion to conduct a shorter skip re-entry, constrains the days within a monthly window during which a launch can be conducted. The earliest window was set for early February, but the winter storm fucked it up. Interesting. Send crazy people who are willing to die for the epic science. Heat shield concerns. Well, those are good concerns to have. They do a good crew portrait. Look at this. Look at the lighting on that portrait. God damn. Looks AI generated. Shut the fuck up. God, who invited you here, Dramlux? Oh my god. What's your watch streak up to anyway? Like 1,000,000 days? I believe in the moon landing? I don't see why not. I mean, clearly something went up in space, right? And it came back down sometime later. So I'm inclined to believe that something happened. $74.5 tomorrow. Wow. Wow. We will just copy that. When the timer, or let's put it this way. The player sees the spec event get added to the in-game clock immediately when the announcement is triggered. Miss fanboys before launch? I can only tell you, like, I can't be a judge of my own game, right? That's just not fair. But the interest in our game has been pretty great. And I think the response to the gameplay so far has been pretty positive. Of course, there are some people who play our game that are not really interested in the genre, and so the feedback they give is not the most useful. Other people who are part of the genre and give very useful feedback. And I think that so far the changes we've been making to levels have been pretty well received. So we'll see. We'll see. It is cool that we can see the moon at night and just know that people were standing on it. Pretty wild. And within our lifetimes, hopefully we will see people land on Mars. I do dig it. Good morning, evening, afternoon. Player sees a specified get added to the in-game clock immediately when the announcement is triggered, with the appropriate ETAs and, or let's say that with appropriate ETAs counting down immediately. Reminding unobtainium? Well, if we obtain it, isn't it called obtainium? New fetishes? Touching moon dust? Okay, let's put it this way. You're one of the astronauts going to the moon, right? Okay. I'm not gay, but if you sent me with another dude onto the moon, I think it'd be so fucking funny for us just to put our sexualities aside and bang each other so that all the weird people back on Earth have to know that the first sex that was ever had on the moon would have been gay sex. Absolute cinema. Humanity's first sexual extraplanetary experience is gay. They would ban the moon. Also, actually, it's not gay if it's on the moon. This has been long established in the annals of human memeology. It's not gay if it's on the moon. So would it be considered gay if we know it's not gay if it's on the moon? That is a philosophical question for the ages. It would evict freaks. Yeah, send all the prisoners up to the moon. When the flare's duration reaches ten seconds, station announcement system kicks in again. Flare arriving in 10, 9, 8. Flare arrival. Seek safety. When the flare is about to, or maybe the flare's duration, not duration. When the flare's arrival duration And then when the flare is about to end, and that ending duration reaches 10 seconds, station announcement system kicks in. This is gonna be a little bit verbose, but we want to accurately mention the times here, right? Flare ended. Stay in safety and prepare for plasma arrival in, I don't know, what would this have been? 47 seconds, duration of 12, so 59 seconds. So it would be another 59 seconds then for the plasma ETA. Prepare for plasma arrival in 59 seconds. Like, wait, why is life so much worse now? Oh, they were normal, we were fucked. It's gonna be insane. During our lifetimes, we will see humans land on Mars in like 4K or even 8K HD live stream, of course, with the delay of communication. But we're gonna watch that live. It's gonna be crazy. What if there's some physics issue and you can't get pregnant in low gravity? I don't think that the sperm's movement would be significantly impacted by low gravity. I wouldn't think so. We'll need to know it's not AI generated. The conspiracy theorists are going to be eaten well with this one. The light will return to normal. We need to actually write about what happens when the flare is hitting, just in a narrative way. When the plasma's arrival duration reaches 10 seconds, station announcement system narrates again. Arrival, stay in safety. The kids born there have low bone density and muscle mass. Oh, in here? They, I actually explicitly talk about this in our mental health section. Crew members are allowed to engage with each other sexually, as STD screenings and mandatory non-permanent contraceptive measures are standard for exolith extraction employees prior to all missions of this nature. Got lore for your stupid fucking questions. It's actually a good question. Good question. I did cover that. No kids. You're not allowed to have kids. This will initiate our evolution towards floating as preferred method as movement, so muscles won't be required as much or bone strength. Maybe. Where they're getting their food from? Hydroponics. They have a hydroponics on level 2 where they get food. And the food that was shipped in, they had food on the initial ship, and then some shipments from Scientech Transportation that were following in the convoy. Most of the crew stayed in cryosleep while a skeleton crew, along with robots, worked on building up the first couple levels of the facility. And then once hydroponics and some initial power and oxygen generation were in, then they started to wake up more crew members. Have I seen Avatar? Yes. I love Aang and Katara. I know you mean blue people. I've seen both, okay? You like Miles? He's your hero? Pretty good. During the plasma bombardment, electronics misbehave. Electronics in the main shaft will misbehave, glitching out in various ways. Additionally, wisps of ionized gases will create some dancing lights visible in the main shaft. Plasma's about to end, and the ending duration reaches 10 seconds. The station announcement kicks in. Plasma bombardment ending in 10:09, blah blah blah. Flare ended. We'll just say spec event ended. You may now leave your safety and return to work. I like that. Now get back to work. I've seen a copy pasta. I don't think I've seen that. This is way too long to read. You know, I kind of like Avatar. I don't know. When Avatar first came out, it was cool, right? Because it was just graphically incredible for the time. It was cool. It wasn't that great of a movie, but it was a spectacle. I have not seen any of the new Avatar movies. I don't know. Nothing has made me interested in them. Main directional light will surge. Player is caught in the direct light from Batsu. The ablative damage per second will be enormous. Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, maybe like the, you know, like the hair tentacle sex they have, like maybe that was just really good. What's wrong with it? If the player is caught in the direct light from Batsu, player will take significant damage to both their ablative and health. Once this line finishes, the spec event is removed from the in-game clock board. I think I should announce the next spec event too, if there is one. Next spec event ETA, if detected. And if another spec event has already been detected, the station announcements system will chime in next spec event of magnitude 6 arriving in, let's just say like 2 minutes and 25 seconds. We'll have to be careful about when we spawn these in, just due to the the need to narrate all of this while it's occurring from an immersion standpoint. You know, we don't want to have another one get announced here and, I don't know, override the current tracking of that. We'll have to be careful with that system. Okay, hold on. Enjoy the music for a little bit. I gotta go to the bathroom again. Woman's bladder. BRB. Give me a few minutes. Heat. Bit chilly here this morning. How you doing, Sujan? Okay. Game modes and difficulty options. What do we actually have for game modes and difficulty options regarding Flare? I think just the randomization, right? Yeah, that's about it. Where'd the other guy with the jacket go? Shut up, you smarty pants. Oh my god. All gotta be smart asses, huh? The only game difficulty option that's relevant to flares is the ability to turn off the randomization of the flares. By default, comma, we randomly choose a seed that will make each run unique. If you turn this option off, you can write in a custom seed which can be used to make more deterministic runs based on the findings from the community. We have this to enable speedrunners to play the same seed, as well as to create the opportunity for players to find more / less dangerous seeds for challenge runs. That's about it. That's all I really need to write about that. Yeah, it feels pretty good. I feel pretty happy about that. The one thing I'm not super confident or sure on yet is like station announcements, but we haven't designed that system yet. So it's possible that we need to come back and just rewrite or fix this up once we write up that document. However, I'm starting to feel as if that document is going to be more complicated than I originally thought, which is fine. That is fine. It's not, I don't see it as being impossible, just that we need to be very careful with, you know, priorities and timings and queue. We need to design a immersive and believable announcement system that clearly and accurately relays information that is relevant. And only when there is no relevant information to relay, we can fall back to less important announcements. It'll be interesting. But this is good enough to start with. And you know, it helps give us something in the mind for that when we are designing that document, we can think about this as one of the most important things that we need to relay to the player, because it is directly tied to a gameplay system as opposed to, you know, some in-game advertisement or, you know, lore-friendly stuff like Lights Out. But otherwise, I'm pretty happy with that. What's the number of this one? RLA41. Okay, that's all written and ready. Save and load. We kind of wrote about save and load already, didn't we? Yeah, RLA27. We have nothing for meta sounds because that we need to investigate this. And that has to happen before audio logs or subtitles. That's high priority. Death conditions. We do kind of have. I'm not a big fan of the document that we have currently for that though. On-screen timer. Oh yeah, well, you know what? We do need a document for that to talk about like when we pause it and what we save. I want to have really good metrics feeding back to me of how long people take in certain rooms during runs. So we do need to write up a document about, you know, let's say needs to cover more than just a time, also metrics for feeding back info on time spent in certain levels/rooms. So we do need a document about that. We are technically supposed to have documents for these things, but more like technical documentation for this. But I'm not going to write up the technical documentation for the time system until we have documentation for how our flare system integrates with that, or however we're going to do that. Yeah, we could do input stuff today, maybe. I'll mark those finished. But I feel pretty good about that. Let's do native gamepad support though. So apparently there is a plugin already in Unreal Engine 5 that should provide native support for Dualshock Dualsense controllers. Now I don't know if this will like also update common UI stuff. I do have the input stuff set up there with, I believe, the right device IDs. So we'll just see if that plugin kind of works out of the box or if we need to do anything with it. And to Bedexmond made major progress on the game, decided to incorporate meta progression and roguelite mechanics. Sounds like fun. Speaking of, have you been playing Slay the Spire 2? Speaking of roguelikes and progression. Too busy coding? Gotta play some games. You gotta relax. Get some time off, you know? Be good to yourself. Let's make a branch for this. I'm gonna key you into what I've been planning and get your input from off. Have a good stream. Yeah, you too. Have a nice nice rest. And I will definitely be available. Hopefully. If you can get me in between milestones, I'll have a little bit of time. We are a little bit ahead of time on our current milestone, which is a good thing. These are the only things we have left for the rest of the month. I'll show you the plugin and we'll just see if it works out of the box. If not, you know, we will investigate what we need to do for it. Because I've never used the plugin. But apparently it should map the Dualshock and Dualsense controller to enhanced inputs, so it should work natively. Right now it does not if I play the game. I think. Yeah, I got nothing working. It is game input base. Oh, I don't know what the difference between these two is, but let's try both of them. UE5 game input base plugin. We'll leave that open. So I don't know if it adds anything into like the input section here, or if it's maybe separate. Plugins, game input device settings. Device config. Oh shit. What's the build time for this game? Like, how long does it take me to make a build? If I already have all of the shaders compiled, it's like, I don't know, 30 seconds to a minute. If I have to recompile from scratch, though, it increases that. And by the end of our development, it could get up to a few hours if I have to rebuild everything from scratch. Truly will process the game input kind gamepad type. If you're using game input on Windows, there are other input device module plugins. You should disable those to use this. Otherwise, there will be duplicate gamepad input events. This is default true, but it's not defaulted to true. Yeah, I don't know what the settings should be for this. Well, we don't have other input device module plugins, right? Oh shit. Vendor ID, product ID. Controller button mapping data. I have no idea what to do for this. Device config. Dualsense. Vendor ID, product ID. Right hardware. Where does that set it? If I change this. Because I'll just copy this in. They have it. But let me just type in like PS5. Oh, there we go. Config default input. Then we have PS4 as well. I think I need to reopen the project settings for that to update. Yeah, we'll need to see this. I don't know what to do for the rest of it. I mean, maybe that just works, I'm not sure. No. Okay. Oh, I see them now here. Okay. Let's read it a bit more. Make it very easy to add some example configurations. Does it say that this works with enhanced input? I don't see the word enhanced used anywhere here. Oh, lovely. Game input shares some functionality with other platforms that the engine supports. For this reason, you can change a few settings for game input with platform-specific coding syntax, config syntax. Maybe we need to set like process gamepad? Uh-huh. I don't see dick happening. Game input plugin is just one of them. If you intend to use game input for all traditional gamepad input types, you likely want to disable any other input processing plugins on Windows, such as X input, Dualshock, or raw inputs, so that you do not have duplicate input events being generated. I don't have any input events being generated. Packaging your project with game input. Yeah, maybe it only works in like a packaged product. I don't know. Try standalone. That'd be weird if it did, but maybe it does. Oh. Oh, it is doubling it. And like some aspects of it are not working correctly. It is kind of what they warned about here, right? Now nothing is working. I mean, is it because I had both of those plugins? Like the game input windows? Maybe? Okay, nothing is processing. Should we try the raw input? Because I think that's what the Dualsense and Dualshock are the are raw input devices. And from what I understand, this converts it from raw input to direct input. So it treats it as a generic gamepad. Nothing. Okay. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna look up a tutorial on this. If we can't like solve this ourselves. Just to see what I'm missing here. Something is weird. Nothing. Let's try just with process gamepad.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Nope, that doesn't work. It was either you needed all three of these, but then it duplicates the input, or you needed that other input Windows plugin. Yeah, now there's nothing. There is like a enhanced raw input plugin. Wonderful, 3 stars. My favorite. Yeah, see, it is giving focus, but it's got that duplication problem. We'll try just raw input and see if that works. Nothing. Nothing, okay. Try those two. Ooh. That does it. That does it. Now it's not being duplicated. Well, it's definitely firing the same enhanced input stuff then. The one thing I don't see is the input pop-up. I think I know the problems with those. I do know the problems with those. That might be why it's not showing the input prompt on the modal. 100%. I think that's the issue. It's wherever our input settings are. I just need to reset them to the plugin. I forget where you do that though. Here. Mouse, Xbox One, or PS5. Ooh, that'll fix the problem. Loadsoft has parent. Parent is not found. This class will not be shown. Where? Oh, I see a B. That is not our O. But at least we have the button back. If I change the default gamepad name to a PS5, like, is it recognizing? Okay, so it is pulling it correctly. It's not recognizing the switch in device ID, I think. Let's see if we can find out why that's going on. Input device name, hardware device identifier. These must be wrong. How do we know what the hardware device identifier and input device name would be for for the Dualsense? UE5 Dualsense input device name. How you doing? I'm just gonna call you Marmalade. Input class name of Windows. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm racking my brain here. Can we see the device name somewhere? Maybe in device manager? I don't think it'll be that. Last known parent. I know how that feels. Finish your home server and I can melt my electrical box because you have 42 RTX 3090s. What the fuck are you doing with 42 3090s? Shoving Vettel emotes at me? What are you, making your own Neurosama? What is this, what is this plugin? Old Dualsense plugin. Free. Automatically detects controller connection and disconnection even during gameplay. Seamless with enhanced input, haptic feedback, adaptive triggers, light bar control. They have documentation? Activate plugin, restart. Must configure the gamepad core submodule. Oh, it's for manual. Let's try this one. Let's try this one instead of the native one. Not that the native one is not working, but it is... We'll try this one. You have your own Neurosum that needs more compute, but this is have your own independent AI server to run coding LLMs. 42 3090s to run coding LLMs. What the fuck are you coding? Oh, what was this called? Oh, Unreal Dualsense. Oh my god, this is so slow. Oh, here it is. We'll install it to the engine, and if it works, then we can install it to the project specifically. Or I'll just install it to the project now, because fuck it, why not? Why not? Okay, let's try it out. Didn't like somebody or like Microsoft or something release some new CPU only LLM thing that's supposed to like run super fast. Okay, what do we need to do with this? Project settings, plugins. I don't know where Dualsense is. Gotta be somewhere here, right? I don't see it. What happens if I press play? Oh, my game just works. Okay. Positive. However, I do not see the O button on here, so it is not registering that we are actually using a different controller still. The button does work though. Just not showing the right thing. Okay. That's pretty cool though. I like this exists. And I really like that it has default support for the haptics, which I absolutely want. Got some blueprint function libraries which we can check out too. I don't have a PS4 controller though with me. I have a PS3 controller. Should I see if that works? See if a PS3 controller works. I have a PS4 at home that I can bring just to double check. It'd be really funny if this works. No, it does. It does not. If only. Ew! Why is it sticky? What the fuck? Why is my controller sticky? Ugh. Gross. Using my controller to jerk off, huh? Yeah, why is it sticky? Okay, well, the good news is the PS5 controller is working. I don't know why you would want to play my game with a PS3 controller, but you know what? If I can get a PS3 controller working, we'll do it. But the PS5 is working. Pretty happy to see that. I mean, I thought the common UI just kind of knew how to switch by default. Maybe I could add in? I don't fuck. I don't know, like I could try to see what this is doing. We have the buttons already defined. It's already set up in here. Can't really see it, but they're all there. What's not occurring is, and maybe you know how to solve this. Not here. I always forget where it is. In here, if I set the default gamepad name to PS5, it works. I have the gyro support. If there's something that could have it, but I don't think so, because we'd have to make it work with mouse and Xbox controller too. Well, I don't know. We will for sure have haptic feedback, though. I would like haptic feedback. But like the gamepad name is not getting updated. If I set it to PS5, it shows the right glyphs. If I do not set it, it does not seem to know that it's using a PS5 controller. And I don't know why. So on my modal here, we can see the O. But then here it's B. So I don't know how it updates the device ID. Just see if there's anything here that I can check. I think that's the right one. Action router. We have it working. It is working out. It is working right now. What's not working is common UI glyph switching between Xbox and PlayStation glyph. Which will, if we don't do that, we don't have native support on Steam for controllers. So we need to have that. I can force it, the gamepad name, but I don't know how behind the scenes it's switching between them. I don't actually know what controls that. Because I already have all of the input set up. They're all here, right? And the button itself is working. For like going back. The glyphs aren't showing. I think, it's trying to do the hardware ID mapping, but this is not, as far as I know, I don't know what the hardware ID is for this. Or if this is even correct. Like, they have product IDs listed here, but I don't think that these are correct at all. Still shows a B. Common UI gamepad hardware ID mapping. Use console command. Where was that? Yes, the F1 Dualshock Dualsense. Input.list all hardware devices. X input interface, X input controller. Because it's converting it from raw input into, or a direct input into X input, right? But it's still not registering the hardware ID. Which is why it's showing the Xbox. Does it list common UI at all? No. What is this function library it has? We're doing this to make direct input gamepads working? What is this? I mean, it is working. It is working. Alright, input plugin. That's too much work. Too much work. I lost interest. What's up, Jack? Let's see what this prints. Dualsense default. What happens if I unplug this? Not device found. What happens if we force this to be a... Probably gonna have some issues if I do this. I wish I had an Xbox controller here, or like just a default gamepad, but I don't. Plug in. There we go. It's clearly having some problems. Controller support is still hell. It is working. I have controller support. The only thing that is not working is showing the right glyphs through common UI. So that's the only thing that is not working. Everything else is perfectly fine and functional. I have all of my control and widgets. Totally cool. But you know, here's a modal, right? Modal showing Xbox control. I don't know how it's routing this. I don't know how it's determining this. And I don't know how to force it. But if we can't tell it to update correctly, we do not have full controller support for Steam certification. Which wouldn't be good. Gamepad name dropdown is populated automatically based on available platforms. What multiple share, you get subclass, based on available platforms. Interesting. Following you common input subsystem set gamepad input type with the desired gamepad name also trigger changing all common action widgets over successfully. Set gamepad input type. Is that exposed? That is exposed. Let me try something. It says in gamepad input type F name. What would that be? Like PS5? Oh. I need to get the subsystem. We're just gonna splice it in here, see if it works. Yes, that does work. Okay, so we could manually update it. Is there any way that I could spoof a gamepad being connected like an Xbox controller, out of curiosity? Hardware device identifier must match what SDL2 reports, and for PS4 be PS4, PS5 be Dualsense. Well, it does match that. It does say Dualsense, like it is there. We don't want to use Steam input because we don't need Steam input support. If we have native support for controllers, we don't need Steam input at all. And not Steam Machine, the handheld. Fuck, I can't think of the word for it right now. Valve's handheld automatically is just registered as a Xbox controller. The Steam Deck, thank you. Yeah, Steam Deck is just Xbox, so as long as we have gamepad support, we have support for the Steam Deck. Been sold out. I bet it's been sold out because it's expensive to make due to RAM shortages right now. I mean, if we could use the, we have the plugin, right, for Dualsense, which is working totally fine. If I can spoof an Xbox controller and detect if that is fucking up with the... Yeah, what did you send? Allows your controller to function on your PC as an Xbox 360. I mean, I have a PS3 controller. If there's like a... I know DS4 Windows is for Dualshock and Dualsense. Is this the newest one? No. This is the newest one. I could test it with the PS3. Maybe. My mouse stopped working. Reboot is required to be fully functional. Yeah, I could do it. I have a separate streaming PC, so it's not a big deal. It's kind of annoying though. But we wouldn't have to lose the stream at all. Let me see. Let me just see if it works. Clean the stickiness from it though. I don't know. Or sticky. Someone's been jizzing on my controller. Very weird. Here, bitch. Okay. I mean, it detects an input device. That's not nothing. I don't know what it wants to do though. Working. Oh. Got my mouth. That's weird. X input controller. I can't get anything to spoof. Probably doesn't need to be restarted. I don't know if it's worth it. I have a gamepad at home. Like tomorrow I could bring in just like a normal gamepad. Which might be better to test than some old sticky PS3 controller. If you ask me. 'Cause I don't know what this. Get out of here. Taking up. You bitch. I'll just uninstall that driver for now. I'll bring a gamepad tomorrow and we can test it out fully. Because if we can use that, like, you know, is PlayStation controller, whatever the fuck it was. Dualsense device type. Because like that, this supports then the PlayStation 4 controller. And if it reports not found on Xbox controllers, then I think we're okay. Which I would kind of hope that it would. Sony gamepad bait. Thank you. Shitty ass Visual Studio. Eat a bitch. Where did that the GitHub go? Shit, I lost it. I think there's new free assets today too. I don't know if they're out yet. No, they'll be out a little bit later. Probably tomorrow we can see them. Let's see if we can find it in the raw. Device type. Do you have anything for the device type? Trigger amplitude. Gamepad hand. Uh-huh. That's pretty cool. You can even check if it's being connected through USB or Bluetooth. Pretty sweet. An API for it, gamepad. The device type, the ID. Like, I guess we could put in like the input manager, you know, just a quick switch in there, right? That if we're using a gamepad, detect if it's Dualsense or Dualshock, and if not, and you know, we do have a gamepad connected, then just default back to generics. And I guess we could just bind that to on input changed, right? Theoretically. Let me just throw some code up here for the sake of it. common UI. Get player controller. Bind event to input method changed. What is my code? Where did I just place that shit? Oh. Oh, it's in here. Get out of here. Wonder why it was being weird. I'm literally just gonna make this look super ugly right now, so don't take it too seriously. I just want to see if it does something right. On gamepad, do a select Dualsense default. That is PS5. PS5. PS4. I mean, theoretically, like, that should be all we need. I don't like this being here, though. I'm going to put this in our custom HUD class, so that it doesn't complicate our plugin. Because I can just set this up on begin play. Not a big deal. We already do some dispatchers anyway. Actually, we already have a bind event to input method changed, which is refocus gamepad on active menu. I could bind this event to it too. It's not a big deal. It's showing B though. Well, that's not working. Oh, because we didn't, I didn't buy, this is all set up wrong, hold on. Boink. 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 My bad. Oh, let me see if it works. Oh, infinite loop detected. I wonder if this set gamepad input type is re-triggering the change. At least it's showing now. Why did that trigger an infinite loop? Unless this is for sure. Oh. Okay. Oh, because we're not resetting the... Yeah, that's actually an issue. I mean, it's dirty, but it works. We just need to bring the gamepad in tomorrow and check if that correctly does not say that it's running a PlayStation controller. It's kind of impossible to spoof it. Probably not impossible. Can't sprint though. Because we don't have that working yet. But that will be very easy to get working. I do need to turn sprint into a hold button. Actually, it is hold now. I just need to add that. Okay, so I could then... Let's do this. Create a new event, matching event, custom logic on input type changed. A little bit messy, but it'll be fine. I don't know if we need the whole like delay shenanigan. I kind of doubt it. But I do have a small hunch that it is re-triggering the method. Okay, we'll save that. Let's go to our custom one. Custom logic on input type changed. Parent function in case. Try that for right now. See if it re-triggers that infinite loop. Oh. I know why that's an issue. No. That was weird. Yes, it is. Okay. It's being a bitch. That's fine. I can fix that. Reset custom logic on input type changed. Oh my god, grab the fucking thing. Jesus Christ. Reset. Custom logic. There we go. That should prevent the infinite loop. Perfect. Okay, there we go. Glyphs fixed. No need to do any crazy weird C++ stuff. And now we have Dualsense and Dualshock support, with the hope that tomorrow when I bring a gamepad it's not going to show the wrong glyphs. We shall see. We shall see. It does no bueno. We'll need another solution to that. Let's at least get the input set up for the player so that they can actually play the game. I think the only thing that's missing right now is, like, just sprinting? If I think about it. Unsure? I'm gonna delete some of these old ones. Or just move it. Because I don't even think these two are the ones we're using. Yeah, it's all in here. In the immersive sim toolkit. Walk, toggle, move, mouse, look, jump, crouch. We don't have crouch. We do not have crouch. We'll do the gamepad left trigger. Digital should be okay. No. No. Maybe it is just the trigger axis. Oh yeah, that works. Oops. Not bad. I haven't played my own game with gamepad ever, so it'll take a bit of getting used to, huh? Pretty chill though. Just sit back with this game with gamepad. You have no crouch. I don't know what to put crouch on right now. Oops. I could try like left stick in. What would be good for crouch? Let's try left stick in. You know what we need to do is we need to make sprinting from crouch work. Right now it just doesn't do anything. Does that work on keyboard too? Yeah. It'd be nice if we could just immediately sprint outside of crouch. I'm being the player. I think it's in the base, right? Player input. Sprint, sprint, sprint. I think if we are running, or sorry, if we are sprinting, we can do uncrouch. How does that feel? Oh, of course. I'm retarded. Hold on. I'm like, wait, hold on. I'm not even checking if we're crouching. Idiot. Oh yeah, that actually feels pretty good. And he kind of he just starts sprinting immediately too. That's pretty nice. That's great. That works really well. Shit. You know, I know it's a weird thing to say. I think I might map jump as well, not only, but as well to like R2. This is ALS with heavily custom mantling code and a new camera system. The default mantling code is not that great, so I rewrote pretty much all of it. Yeah, I might put jump on like R2 as well so that people can control the character and camera without having to remove their finger from the camera in order to jump. That would feel weird to get used to though, but I think it would be a good alternative. Benefit if it will help me modified out of curiosity? And seriously, do game dev just fun projects? I wonder. Good question. Can you rephrase what you're asking? Maybe I think I'm misunderstanding what you're asking. Oops. Gotta get used to sprinting on L2 is weird, but I think it is good for this type of game. Just a little non-standard. We're gonna have input rebinding though, so players can just tune it to their preferences. As long as the game is playable right now, that's the more important thing. What if you use an ALS when it be heavily modified instead of just making your own system with anims? Because the anims... Oh, okay, so I didn't modify the animations at all, but rather the code to determine when and how and where we can mantle. All the animations are, for the most part, untouched. But I really like the animation system, and we can just reparent... Or not reparent, what's the... We can change the mesh on the skeleton. And we'll be good to go. Because I like the animations from this. And that's easier than having to remake something from scratch. I mean, if we determine that's necessary, we can do it, but right now it doesn't appear to be necessary. From what our artist is telling me. Let's try the time skip with controller. Hell yeah. It's not bad. It's pretty fun with controller. Kind of just a chill platformer. We added this new room yesterday because we didn't feel like players were getting taught how to use moving platforms early enough, so I set up a very simple level to teach about moving platforms. We need feedback on though, so hey, if anybody wants to try it out, they can type in !demo, or yeah, demo should work, !demo. And you can try the game out yourself. It was good though. If you're wanting the controller support though, I can make a new build for that today. We still have quite a bit of time left today, so we could check out, maybe seeing if we can get some haptics working. I don't really know what I would do with that, but... Got the offer to work with Unreal at SAAB. Would you consider what is SAAB? Those were good jumps. Warplanes? What do you mean? Oh, defense company. Work on defense. That was weird. Hold on. Angle might be bad on that, Crystal. Check it out. Work on defense company. I don't know. I mean, I love peace. I'm not a fan of war. I support defense, though, you know. VR sims? Well, I can only tell you I'm not a big fan of VR. So I'd probably turn it down because I don't want to work in VR, you know? That was weird. I wasn't detecting my jump there or something. Something weird was happening. Yeah, I don't really have a whole lot of interest in VR games. I think some are pretty cool. And I might even play some of them, but developing for them, I just don't think I have the passion for VR to want to dive into that. I'm kind of tired of working on simulators too, I don't know. I have a bad history with working on simulators. I'm gonna pass on those. They're never really focused on being fun, more about the simulation, understandably. It's kind of hard to control the... It'd be pretty good to control this game in controller and gamepad. It's much easier when you have the fine, like, camera controls of a mouse. But I think that people will get good at this game in controller, and you can always adjust the sensitivity too if you want to speed up how fast the camera moves. But I'm gonna bind jump to R2. Because I think that'll make it easier just like to play the game. And now you can sprint and jump without having to remove your fingers from controlling the camera. God, it's really weird though. My instincts are telling me to press X to jump. But from a functionality standpoint, it works just fine, so all that I care about right now. And the good news is this should give us full native support for PS4 and PS5 controllers, which means that from Steam's point of view, we have full controller support. And because we will display glyphs for PlayStation controllers. Oops, I just pressed the wrong button. I want to do that. Thank you for opening up my own Discord. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, default IMC updated. We don't have anything else. I know we have a walk toggle. I'm not going to add support for that yet, but everything else should be working. At least as far as I can tell. Inputs. Yeah, we don't have abilities yet. Teleportation could be nice. I could add a button for teleporting home, which right now is just T. I will make that the special left. Perfect. Not a super important one. Okay, let me see here. Cube. Let's please save that. But I don't want to save this. Simple common UI HUD. No. Yes. Yes, we do need to change that. Save that. Deleted items, fine. And then the plugin. Should be good. Added PS4, PS5 support plugin. Next to shitty placed cube 2 lol. Add input config. Location. Added gamepad buttons for all actions. Well, that should be native PS4, PS5 support. Let me go to the bathroom real quick, and then I can upload a new build with this, and we can see if it's working on that, and then upload that. You guys can try it out with your own. And if any of you seriously have like an Xbox controller, if you can try out the new build and just load it up, try to quit the game and see which button prompt shows for cancel. And if it's correct on your Xbox controller or gamepad, perfect. If it shows the PlayStation button though, let me know, and we'll have to find a different way to check if we're using a Dualshock or Dualsense. You can try that out. Okay, let me let me start the build right now. I hope it builds. Hope it works. All right, let me know if it errors. build succeed. Aha. Did succeed. It only takes like 30 seconds to upload, so if you're still before your meeting and you want to try it out. Thank you. Thank you so much for testing this. Please give me good news. Please tell me that you see an Xbox B. God forbid the game doesn't crash or something. I didn't actually test that. Fine for me. Okay, type in ! demo. Yeah, same Google Drive link. Should be there. Fingers crossed. And if it's working fine, we can test some Rumble. Negative action on the confirm quit dialog should be Xbox. Yes, you should see the B instead of an O. If there's any other issues with like input or anything, let me know too. But hopefully it should just work. Actually, don't tell me if there's a bug. I don't think I could mentally handle it. Cancels B? Oh my god. Yes, ooh. I can go home and kiss my wife today. It is a good day. Yeah, thank you for testing that. That's great. That's really good. That's really good news. With confirmation. Fuck yes. Okay, so that means we have native PS4 and PS5 support, and it is changing the glyphs correctly. That was a million times easier than I thought it would be. And it was free. We didn't have to buy a new plugin for that. We just used some external plugin. Well, I can only tell you this here, Unreal Dualsense, works fucking great. Totally free, doesn't require any setup, it just worked out of the box. And we'll see if any of this, the haptic stuff works right now. I'm gonna try doing some vibration when you're like on a platform that's about to break. We'll see if it works. Did I push this? Yeah, let's not upload the build. Bug when I have the game paused window back button does not close the dialog. No. No. It will do that eventually, but it's not a bug that it doesn't do it now. It is more of just a missing feature. Yeah. The files have too many differences. There aren't enough resources to complete the operation. Shut up. I didn't ask you for your opinion, plastic. Stupid software. Thinks it can own me. Timed platform base. How do we do this? Called Rumble, no feedback. Spawn force feedback attached. Add force feedback component. Does he have documentation on force feedback? I've only ever written a design document on force feedback for one of the games I worked on, but I never implemented it. Trigger effects. Console command. Creating a reusable trigger effect data table. I mean, like force feedback? No, that's not what that is. The fuck is this? Wait, maybe it was. The Dualsense controller accepts a 10-byte array to configure each trigger. The first byte defines the effect type. This is for the trigger feedback. Which, if you've never held a PS5 controller and played with like a game that has really good trigger feedback enabled, it's impossible to explain how cool the triggers are. But if you get the chance, play like Astro's Playroom or something. It's amazing. For the strength of the trigger resistance? Yes. Yes, that's what it appears to be. Not the force feedback. It says it has support for that. I just wonder how you call it. Because maybe they're just using the default stuff. Not sure. Allows placing a rumble effect in the world and having it apply to characters who come near it. I don't really want it to be... Can I just download the guy's, like, tutorial project? Oh, that's audio haptics. Wait, audio haptics? Ba, 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 ba. Arena sample. Okay, perfect. Work. Hopefully that'll work. Okay, let me not open it with 5.7 then. I just don't remember if I have 5.6 installed. I think I do though. Some little space on my drive. Yeah, it's a really, really old boot drive. We don't touch the C drive. Don't look at the C drive. Don't sneeze on the C drive. God forbid you put anything on. Do not touch the C drive, okay? Fuck off. Can I just do that? This generate project files bullshit. Always breaks. Oh, fuck off. Never mind. Too much work. Don't like. 0 out of 10. And I can send raw 10-byte hex codes. It's so weird that it does that. Raw 10-byte hex arrays. For trigger effects. That's crazy. Sony gamepad haptics. Oh shit. Can change the light bar too? Sensors? Links a given sound submix. I think I just use the default force feedback stuff. You know, I was trying to look for something specific, but I think it is just the general force feedback. Spawn force feedback attached. I would need to make an effect though. Force feedback effect object reference. Maybe I don't need, hold on. Can I like unregister or stop force feedback? Oh yeah, look at that. This is gonna look really dirty for I literally just need to test if it like does anything. Not a big deal if it doesn't. This relative, this is either a relative offset from the attached component. Okay, so we don't need to do anything with that. Looping, sure, but I don't have like a force feedback effect, so I just like make one. I don't know if I need this on here. I can't really. Oh, create new force feedback effect. Okay. Uh-huh. Maybe I don't need that then. Oh. Per device overrides, gamepad. Let's just try like some existing curve. Nuttin'. Nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. Okay. There's something specifically for feedback. Not really. Thought I could like test some stuff with Dualsense. Device ID, start, end. Do I need to put those in though? Well, these were just triggers though, not the actual like haptics, like force feedback. Maybe 5 force feedback. Like per device overrides fine. It's an input, I see. client play force feedback on the player controller. Okay, sure. Try it. I didn't feel anything though. Should happen on any of these. Nothing. Need a bag of apples, a jar of peanut butter, and a knife. This is so true. Not working at all. Maybe I did turn off. I don't know. Let me check Dualsense because I think I can test these in PS4 Windows. Can I force rumble in this? Vibration NA. Vibration is supported in all modern browsers except Safari. Doesn't say that mine is. Did I like turn it off or something? Other. Okay, no, the rumble is working. Weird. I mean, my controller is kind of weird. I don't think it's working properly in the right side. A little bit weird. But I mean, it is working. So, let me try making another force feedback. Nothing at all. Hold on a sec. Logo concept we're going over. Just gotta upload that. Left large, left small, right large, right small. Does it like need to just be bigger than this curve? Do I need to like boost this up or something? Make it longer? I feel nothing. I feel nothing. I mean, that should play on everything, so I don't even see a reason why we should have to override that. It is weird. It's like registering two. There's like a Dualsense and a PS5 controller. Is it because of this? Two. It's weird because the vibration doesn't work here through this. It's not an Xbox, it is a PlayStation 5 controller. If I spoof it. Yeah, see, that works. To play it as a 360 controller, I can vibrate. PS5 controllers aren't that thick. They're pretty thick. They're very heavy though. They feel very weighty, which I kind of like. Because for me, the PS3 controller was like, you could barely feel it in your hands. This is not G Fuel. G Fuel is too expensive. But this is like G Fuel. This has a lot of caffeine, it tastes great, and there's no sugar. But it's a million times cheaper. PS5. Controller rumble. Not working on PC. The fuck? I was like, no way this fucking works, but it did. Okay, what did he do? Speaker settings. How did he do this? It wasn't on the sound settings, was it? Speaker set. Speaker setup. Fuck. I mean, like this, does he? Update Windows? That will never update. It thinks there's updates, but it will fail the update because it is looking on my local PC for the update files, which it fails at. And that's how I live. Great. Speaker setup. I rarely ever just go through like default control panel. How the fuck did he get to that? Speaker setup. It's crazy. It's like I know all the old school ways of setting up shit, but all this new control panel bullshit is annoying. Setting up a microphone. No, fuck off, Bing. Oh my god. What the fuck does it want me to do? Configure speaker. Does it like need to be enabled or something stupid? Maybe it needs to be enabled to configure it. Oh yeah, he does. But if I do that, I think it'll fuck things up. Finally found this shit. Click next, tick the two options that are there, set to yes. Okay. Now, Rumble will just apparently work. I don't give a fuck if I leak anything. Not a mystery who I am. It is definitely not vibrating. I mean, somebody said that they have to like log out and do shit. Gotta log out of Steam, all DSX type things, restart, and it works. I don't really want to restart right now, I'm gonna be honest. Maybe. Maybe. Nothing. I mean, it works if you spoof it as an Xbox controller. But I don't think I can bypass that in any way. I mean, this should just be universal. It should just try to send it through. Nothing. What are the connected, what was it? Connected input log all connected devices. Device manager Windows Dualsense is what is specifically connected. And when I am in game, X input controller. I mean, theoretically, that sounds like then it should work in game. I just can't test it in editor. Let's try it. Spawn force feedback at location. Get actor location. Nothing. Can I debug that? Show force feedback. Yes, it is adding them. I mean, is there something that's like maybe eating it? Hmm. Let's try this. Let's try this. Let's go back to main. Nearly 100% sure this will work like it's supposed to. But we're going to test it anyway. Because this will spoof it as an Xbox controller. Yes, it is working. Let's double check. Now it's playing. The fuck? Oh, because I still have this plugged in. Yeah, it doesn't play. Hmm. There's native integration with Unreal Engine's force feedback system for standard motor vibration. January 7th, haptic feedback doesn't appear to be working. Version 2 of the engine. What the fuck version am I using? Two months ago. That would have been January. 3 weeks ago. Is there a 2.0 version of this? It says release 2.0.3. January 26th. It ain't working. Maybe there's like maybe something like with common input is fucking it up? Or common UI? I could verify that by going back to before I implemented Common UI. Install the plugin and see if it works. Can't hurt, right? Plugins, Marketplace. I feel nothing. I feel nothing. Let's try throwing it on the player. It's activation. I got nothing. Nope. Hey, FXCG, thanks for the follow. Thanks for joining me on this bug-ridden journey. Okay, it's not bug-ridden. Just one bug. What's the report a bug? Or just report bugs, okay? They don't have any like Discord or something? How you doing, FX? Everything is working. You know what they did mention? Hold on. Let's check the light bar. I'll check the light bar and the other features, because maybe if those are working, then it's just the like the force feedback. We'll see if the rest of it works. Debug key, gamepad, D-pad up, sure. Light bar. Color. Sure, you know what, just make it red. Nothing. Is it the right controller ID? Not the right number for the color. Get player controller from input device. No. Is there anything that I can test here? Automatic gun. Don't know what the fuck that means. Sure, give me a gun. What's the worst that could happen? I don't see anything. It's really weird. It's like the because it's registering it as an X input device even when in editor it shows as a Dualsense. Like something is overriding that. Oops, not that. It switches it to an X input. I didn't actually keep that like no, game input base is not running. What happens if I were to enable that? The default one for Dualshock. Always fun controller issues? Yeah. I'm trying to find a range 3D platformer game. I stopped working on almost a year on to the day ago. Find and arrange your 3D platformer? What do you mean by arrange? What happens if I do this? It's missing references? Uh-oh. That is no bueno. F-Win Dualshock Dualsense. What does it poop out now if I do this? Dualsense and Dualshock 4. And X input controller. Oh great, I now have 3 controllers plugged in. Oh, fuck me. I mean, the plugin can't be the thing that's switching it over to like an X input thing, right? Do we see the input anywhere? Dualsense. Dualsense. Plugin. Mounting plugin. X input device. What was it not doing? It is not playing force feedback, even though everything else works. X input. It's like the X input is... What if I got rid of this? What if I got rid of that? It senses that it's a DualSense controller in the editor. The moment I start the game, it says X input device. I don't know why it wants to do that. I think that's the default. I mean, now it doesn't show anything. But it still works. So I'm assuming that we're working through the plugin? Let's try force feedback. Yeah, it's really weird. Very, very odd. No feedback. My thoughts on Thread Interactive. I will make a Thread Interactive thumbnail for you right now. Is that accurate? The kid doesn't really know much, and his personality is not going to lead him any places. I'm going to be honest. He's not really going to make any friends or connections, and I can tell you from experience that there's nobody in this industry that takes him seriously, even if we might agree that there are issues with Unreal Engine 5 and certain anti-aliasing methods. This is not the way that you go about getting change. And if he really wants to make change, then he should just start working on improvements to the engine and submitting them via pull requests, like everybody else who works on the engine. Simple as that. It doesn't even sense it right now. What happens if I... Oh no, it does say dual sense. Device ID 1. But if I'm playing the game... It doesn't show anything. But it works. Okay, let's try without X input, but we'll use the Dualshock. Like Google it. I mean, he's just somebody who has problems with certain anti-aliasing methods, although he doesn't really understand much about it. He spreads a good bit of misinformation and hate towards people using Unreal. He's not really, I don't know. Like I said, there's nobody that I know in the industry that takes him seriously. In fact, it's quite the opposite. He's mostly laughed about internally in the industry. He doesn't really know what he's talking about either, and he doesn't have any experience to back it up. He wants to be given money to develop what I believe what he says is a alternative to temporal aliasing, anti-aliasing solutions, and to generally like fix the performance issues. But he doesn't really understand that TAA is really cheap and good. It just has its problems with movement. So, you know, realistically, he would try to find a way to improve the motion vector algorithms, but he doesn't do that either. Yeah, and like people that are way smarter than me and him combined times 10 are working on these things. I assume that if there were better methodologies that they would have produced this. And it's not even just Epic, right? It's like the whole industry would like to have cheaper anti-aliasing solutions. And yet none of them have done so with deferred rendering. A big fuss to draw attention to himself and make it seem like he knows what he's talking about. Yeah. And I think that it does fool people who don't know any better. Where did that force feedback go? There it is. There's nothing. Let's list it as a Dualsense, and in here, Dualsense and Dualshock 4. Let me try calling it from the character. Mostly it's been done for decades. I'm sure they explored a viable pass. Look, I mean, I can only tell you that my desire for anti-aliasing is the same as anybody else's. I'm not a big fan of the temporal smearing that you get and the artifacting that you can have with it, but it is extremely cheap and it is really good for what it is. You know, MSAA back in the day was extremely expensive. Any sort of upscaling is expensive. I think the most viable alternative to TAA is something like DLSS, which is, from most people's perspective, better than native. Looks like he has released an engine with all of Unreal's capabilities and none of its downsides, but I don't know of anything he has actually done. He's done one thing. He did do one pull request to UE5 main branch with 4 float value changes. That was what he did. And of course it got denied because you don't do pull requests to UE5 main. Have I tried SMAA? I wonder how it compares to TSR. Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think SMAA is compatible with deferred rendering. I think that's only forward rendering. But TSR is pretty good. I know TSR has better motion vector algorithms than TAA, but it is more expensive to run. Quite a lot more too. You can see temporal super resolution at 1.4 here. We bump that down to TAA. Much better. Compatible MSA doesn't work well in deferred. I don't think it works at all, because it doesn't provide the necessary info, right? Only thing that it works on the mobile and desktop render. Not sure if it's mentioned forward or deferred. Yeah, don't quote me on what stuff supports what. SMA is a bit smarter, FXAA. With 5? Fully disabled. I know 1 is FXAA in Unreal Engine 5, 4 is then TSR. Force feedback at location. Let's try it this way. See if it works once the plugin's working. Nothing. Nothing. Oh, only the base implementation. I know that there's also CMAA, which is an alternative that you can install, and that works with deferred. But I don't think it looks that much better than like FXAA. I mean, if this doesn't work, I don't know what could. It's not a raw input device. Or is it a raw input device? Fuck it, let's try it. You know, I think one of the worst parts is that if you're Thread Interactive and you're trying to spread awareness of Unreal Engine 5 bloat, which any Unreal Engine developer will tell you is there, or how you wish that there was a prioritization on optimization for new rendering techniques, I would agree with that. Or, whatever you're trying to do, right? Better motion vector algorithms, less smearing, sure, I'm for it. In theory, I'm all for it. I don't think you should be silencing criticism and calling for hate campaigns against developers that are making games in Unreal 5. I just don't see him as having any friends that actually know what they're doing if he does this. It's the most obviously stupid method of going about making changes in the industry. And they're gonna ban his account from ever having any impact on it. I don't know what he's doing. The guy's crazy. Yeah, no force feedback anymore. I jokingly ban his name from chat. The most points Interactive makes, but I find his attitude funny and absolutely counterproductive. He doesn't really know what he's talking about, though. He thinks he does. I agree with what he wants to have changed. I don't always agree with the methodology he chooses to employ for that, or with his attitude about it. So that didn't even print out anything, that was just keyboard and mouse. And this still shows our Dualsense. It's weird though, because it shows device manager, Windows DualSense, but sometimes it'll show a different hardware ID. I don't know. I gotta look into this more because I don't think this is. I don't know what's going on with Dualshock and Dualsense support on Unreal Engine. I mean, the game itself is running, but I just can't get any of the other features or haptics to work. Very weird. It shows Dualsense. It's just gonna show X input again, won't it? Yeah. You'd think though that if it goes through X input, then that it should fire the rumble. Because when we spoof the controller as an Xbox X input controller, it works. So frustrating. This is production realities. Well, a lot of people do that. Yeah, I agree with you. He seems to read research papers and just compare it with what Unreal Engine has. The problem is that he says, I wish Unreal Engine 5 did it like this engine that does this, this, and this. But it's like, it's just, you read that Engine X implements feature A, and you say that Engine Y needs to implement feature A now instead of having feature B. It's like, okay. Yeah, great. That would be wonderful. Ideally, we have an engine that implements everything in a beautiful way and has no performance problems, no developmental trade-offs, will not cause any production issues. I wish that every developer, especially Unreal Engine developers, were working with infinite amounts of money, except that even the big developers are working on shoestring budgets in some cases. Like, it's the most useless video of, like, vague posting. Like, I wish Engine did this thing better. Great. Me too. Do you want to do it? Do you want to implement it? No? Okay, so then what are we talking about? We're now in the year 8133 when that engine gets released. As I said, his only contribution to Unreal Engine was a failed... I could probably even find it. Gotta be somewhere on... pull request. Did they delete the pull request after like some time? I don't really know how to search through that stuff. And he just DMCA's anybody who tries to show it. Fuck. Can't find it right now. It's out there somewhere. Well, I'll tell you what. I've had a couple people in chat come in here who watch him, and the information that they spread is that Nanite is a post-processing feature that makes meshes more blurry. So, I mean, maybe his new stuff is better. Okay, so we know the force feedback is not working. Player LED. Do we know what like the controller ID is? We have no concept of meshes then? Or rendering pipelines, because literally everything about that is wrong. Like, I heard that and I'm like, I don't even know where to start. Like, do we talk about the render pipeline first? Or about mesh virtualization? About what post-processing... Broke my brain, man. Broke my brain. I don't even know if that gets updated. It's player controller. LED player off, brightness low. I don't even know what the player LED is. I didn't see anything change. There's nothing changing. Nothing. I mean, you'd think that it would... Like X input interface. Zero. Okay, so it should be zero. Is that running on the client? At this point, I don't even know what to think anymore. Absolutely nothing. Let's try with the X input off. We know that it still seems to work that way. Yeah, I agree. Like, I don't think a lot of people, including Thread Interactive, understands how expensive, like you said, volumetric and ray tracing is. It's ridiculous. BP code that was that running the client? Yes. I mean, you mean for me? It shouldn't be an issue. We know it's running. I don't know what the player LED is. For the make a color, it is 2551, right? Or like just a red, dark red. Do that. Make it easy on myself. Yeah, nothing's changing. Hmm. Not reading anything though. It's like this plugin is fully bypassing but then Common UI still works with it. Breakpoints wouldn't help me in this case. 'Cause I know that it's running that. But like I can't debug anything here because these are not gonna help me at all. Oops. Oopsies. Yeah, let me pull that up again. Try that one more time. Okay, so with that on it, it prints out the Dualsense and Dualshock 4, which is correct. I don't know what controller it is considered as part of. I don't see why it would be anything other than 0. Well, I mean, I have a controller connected. It is there. It's just, it doesn't do any of the features of the Dualsense. So I can't, you know, activate Rumble with it. I can't do anything like that, but everything else is fine. Like, I'm playing the game. All the menus work. But it'd be nice to have the features available, you know? Yeah, I wouldn't think there's any more than one controller either. Hmm. Is there settings for that for the Dualshock plugin? By chance? I don't see anything. They had this sample project out here. This wasn't using Common UI though. But I tested before Comma UI and it also wasn't working, so maybe it's just like my... I don't know, maybe I have like a driver that's fucking with it? It's the only thing I can think of at this point. What's up, GG? You work at an electronics store? You guys remember Comp USA in Circuit City, if you're from the US? What a time to be alive. There's no settings for this, so I just don't know. I mean, if there's something that I have to do, I just don't know what it would be. Oh. In version 2.x, after configuring any controller effects, such as light bar, you must call the update output node to apply these changes to the controller. Oh, well, maybe I should have read that in the first place, huh? Idiot. Watch it still not work. I swear to God. Now where's my, the fuck? Oh, update, it's just light bar. And then update, what was it? Update output, what a horrible name. It would be funny if this works though. That worked. That worked, okay. Okay, so at least the light bar works, we know that, but how about the fucking force feedback? I can't... God, that's annoying. Spawn force feedback. Do I need to have a component? Let's just do it, because why not? Play the thing, looping, yes. We just activate, auto activate, so it literally just should start when we load up the game. Wait, how? It's working. But I didn't change anything. I'm not even running it. How does pressing up on the D-pad trigger the force feedback? The fuck? Like, nothing's happening, right? But then if I press up on the D-pad... It works. Do you maybe have to... Do you think it's related to this update output? Maybe you have to do this just to like tell the controller to do any special thing. Which kind of sucks, but it's not the end of the world, right? It's just a function to call. It's working. You guys want to hear it? Do you guys hear it? Did you guys hear the vibration ASMR? Wait, maybe I'll put it on the metal. It'd be funny if you actually heard that. Interesting. Does that work without the update output? No. Stick it up my bumhole? I think I'll get banned on Twitch if I do that. Might be worth it. Kind of weird though. It's like it's a force feedback that says it should only last for like 1 second. But it definitely lasts for more than 1 second. I'll show you how long it lasts. 0, 1000, 1, 1000, 2, 1000, 3, 1000, 4, 1000, 5, 1000. 5 seconds. Huh. It's like a default vibration. It just kind of goes. For 5 seconds. I mean, it vibrates, but... It's so weird. I mean, the 0 doesn't register. Very odd. It does feel like it's affecting the strength, but the duration is just like hard locked at 5 seconds, which is really weird. I don't know. Something's weird about that. At least it's playing, but no, I don't. Can I get it to stop that? I stop the force feed. Weird, it's like not even playing it now. I don't know if it's just because that was bitching at me about a invalid input. Maybe. Weird. It's the weirdest thing. I'll show you what's happening. So I press up, it doesn't play. I can press it and just like wait, and nothing happens. I have to like press it twice. I have to like double tap the up on the D-pad for it. It's the weirdest thing. I mean, the light bar updates, but the feedback I think is kind of busted. In addition to just kind of playing at maximum intensity. Huh. I don't know what to do about that. What to do? Is there anything related to... There's gamepad status, gesture, touch, gamepad trigger stuff, accelerometer. The fuck is Madgwick Beta? I don't know what that is. Motion sensor, gyroscope. Interesting. Well, I just won't touch the... I don't know, maybe I'll report like a bug with this because I don't really know what to do at this point with it. I mean, it's getting updates. Configured IMU filter. I don't know what an IMU filter is. Customization section. Custom device logic. Override the methods from iInput device and iHaptic device. Implement own input buffering, custom button mapping, or specialized haptic logic without modifying the plugin source. It kind of worries me a bit with like custom button map. I hope it doesn't play poorly with Common UI later. Plugin features a decoupled architecture using policy-based design, allowing developers to integrate other platform SDKs. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Yeah, I might have to reach out to them and see what am I doing wrong, or if they can recreate this issue. Because maybe it doesn't integrate super well with common UI. Or something else that I have set is ruining it. Completely unsure. Well, we can consider this done for now then, since we do have the game working. We will cross the bridges of bugs when we come to them. PS4, PS5 controller support to main. I'll pull up into the beautiful corner just to keep that updated. Why is it different? TS165. Oh yeah, I disabled Steam for the sake of it causing problems on builds. Why that shows a local map? Game default map. There's two game default maps over here. What? This should be fun. I'll double check it. There's two of these. Weird stuff. Oh my god. Sorry guys, I was kind of locked in there for a sec. It's been like a successful day, but also unsuccessful. I don't know how to put it. I don't know how to put it. Fix dupe line in engine ini. Okay, that should be good then. I don't know if that was on main either. I guess it didn't cause a problem though. No, it just got duplicated for some reason. Okay, fine. Oh, it's not there anymore. Oh, we fixed that bug. Okay, game playable with gamepad. No rebinding. This should be done. That should be good. What's up, Kool-Aid? You did AI yesterday. What did you do with AI yesterday? I might be fully blocked at the moment. I don't think Rex is here right now, but I need the star crater added to the branch. That'll take us a little while though, so I might try to get him to do that tonight. Other than that, we are waiting on these. These are actually in progress, but I need Rex to update them. Lore needs to be done this Friday, so I'm not going to be streaming this Friday to finish up this document. Logo is in progress, almost finished for the game. Then we need the remodel for the meshes, and then we can finish meshing room 1 and test that for nanite. Then we're pretty much done with first playable 2, which is a good thing. We can move on to the next production milestone. Made animals move around. Oh, you're working with like game AI, not like LLMs or something. Put the acceptable radius to 1,000 and you move 10 feet. So the acceptable radius is the radius in which it will be acceptable to the point that it found. So if you want them to move like a bit more accurately, you would want to keep the acceptable radius pretty small and find like a navigable radius in radius. Navigable point in radius, sorry, would be the correct thing. And then you can move to with a low acceptable radius. You have the same problem communicating your game AI stuff. Everyone instantly thinks LLMs, even if you say game AI. Not everyone understands the difference. Yeah, it is annoying. We got screwed over by the AI biz. Okay. Shortcuts. Do we have the shortcuts document on our board? Yes. I might take that then. Steam input, I'm not sure if we need that still. I'm pretty sure we don't need Steam input anymore. We might be able to delete that. Because if you have native support for controllers, you don't need Steam input. And we'll have rebinding in the game too, so that's not needed from that perspective. Refactor interaction to BPC and MVVM. That would be good to do. Maybe we'll start on that tomorrow. Give me a sec. Oh my god, I have the bladder of a woman. While I was pissing with one hand, I read a tweet about how, I don't know, it was about autism, and it confuses me because it's like everything is autism. What's not autism? I don't understand the word autism at this point because I feel like it doesn't have any actual definition. It's the weirdest term to me. Like, God forbid you, I don't know, think about something before you do it. You're autistic. If you get upset when something doesn't go your way, you're autistic. God forbid you're good at math. You're basically just like born with the label of Rain Man. Everyone has ADHD and autism. What does it even mean anymore then? Like, you go up to a woman, right? And you're like, you're into her, right? You stared at her chest, but you felt bad about it. So you went up to her and you wanted to say, hey, but instead you said, I don't know, but. Apparently you have autism if you do that. It feels like a buzzword. It feels like a buzzword. Especially with like the social aspects of it, right? Like, oh, you don't hold eye contact when you talk to people. You must be autistic. It's like, well, why? What if they just have always had this problem, but they never trained themselves? You know, their parents didn't tell them, hey, make sure you look in people's eyes when you're talking to them or something. What are we doing? I don't know. I'm just ignorant. Why is the R word so casually used? I've noticed at least what I'm seeing. What, retard? Or a different R word? What words are we using? Just neurodivergent way to explain how people work differently? Yeah, but why do we need this umbrella term, which is by default vague, and I don't think anybody knows a clear definition for it, when instead we could just describe something individual, like, oh, this boy has a problem looking in people's faces when he's talking to them. Well, why is it all autism at this point, and not let's find the exact problems that you have, and see if we can find ways to treat them instead of, oh no, he's just autistic. Sorry, my autistic son over here, he's on the spectrum. Yeah, you know what? So is the color red. Okay, the color red is on the spectrum. It's easier to define what an RPG is than to define what autism is. Yes, that R word? Well, for a long time, the word retard was a derogatory term to people who had mental disabilities, right? Then it became against the social law to call people retards. Nowadays, there is a massive repurposing campaign to change the word retard to not mean people with mental disabilities, but rather people who don't have mental disabilities but act like they do and have no excuse. And I think I'm fully supportive of that. I think we need to repurpose that. Like, you wouldn't call somebody with Down syndrome a retard. That's not right. It's not nice. You call your friend a retard when he, I don't know, pours a drink in his mouth but didn't put the lid on correctly. and it spills all over him. Huh. I think that's fine. I think we need to repurpose the word because it is a really good word. It sounds great. It's a great insult. But you should never call somebody with mental disabilities a retard. It's just not nice to them. I'm gonna archive this. Where's my archive? Delete issue. No archive. Something new that has not been explored yet enough? I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree on that. I suppose my problem is that every year it seems like they keep adding new things into this umbrella term of autism instead of trying to diagnose and treat individual aspects of this. And there's almost this weird fetishization with being autistic and being able to say, oh, I'm like this because I'm autistic. Sorry, you'll have to forgive my autism, instead of actually trying to better yourself and train out maybe some personality things that could be trained out. Like, I don't disagree that sometimes, you know, there are parts of people's personality or social disorders that they can't treat, that can't be medicated. You know, you can't help it, right? But I think there are some things that are diagnosed under the umbrella term that could be treated with, not necessarily with medication, but with just with like practice and reminding yourself, or face-to-face socialization with another person. I don't believe. I don't know. To me, autism doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't have a clear definition for what it is, what it encompasses. Let's do the refactor tomorrow then. Let's take that from first playable 3, because I'm blocked currently by RL16. But I'll prioritize it. If I can get this unblocked tonight, we can work on that tomorrow. If I don't get unblocked tonight with that, then I will work on RL24 tomorrow. But I don't believe that RL16 is going to take us longer than, like 1 to 2 hours maximum. Unless we want to like dick around with it, 4 hours max. And then we can jump into RL24 for the rest of the day, and then Thursday. And that should work pretty well. And that'll probably take us into next week. Solar flare design. Gamepad. Tomorrow we will try to do the Star Crater setup. We need to take a look at the performance of that. You can see the R-word in family formal business settings. People you're trying to impress have a good image. I would. I say it to my family and my friends and in business settings. It's a good way to test people. I think the word retard is a really good word to test if people are too sensitive or not. Many people are just introverted, but they get labeled as autistic, or they themselves use autism as an excuse. Yes, I 100% agree with that. But I am very introverted. I've practiced a lot with social stuff because I have to live in this world of game dev, right? But you can send me home and just tell me to sit at home for a week. Easy shit. I'll just play games. No problem. I used to be a lot more shy and have difficulty in social settings. I know the first time that I ever talked to other game developers at like some Midwest conference back in Wisconsin, I could not meet anybody's eyes. I couldn't really talk to them, and I was awkward and making awkward jokes. But you trial by fire, right? You just gotta throw yourself into the ring. Do your best. Funny how it can be used as a sensitivity test. Oh yeah, it's great. I mean, here in Poland, people are not very sensitive towards that stuff. I think if you went to, like, the US, people would be pretty sensitive. Sensitivity what? Sensitivity to just words being used. What makes it so bad in the US? Like I said, there was a legitimate time where, you know, like kids especially, because kids are constantly trying to battle for social status, would use the term retard as an insult towards people with developmental disabilities, right? And from that point, there was a push to stop using the word in that regard, which I think was a good thing to do. But then it became more of, we don't use that term at all. It's an antiquated term, you know, kind of like certain slurs towards homosexuals or towards certain races, although I would think that those are kind of worse in my opinion. So, you know, the word retard just kind of dropped out of public use. Recently, there's been a resurgence, I would say within the past few years, to bring the word back, but to ensure that it's being used in a more acceptable setting way, which is not to describe people with developmental disabilities, because that's just mean. You don't do that. It's not good taste. Not every autistic is game dev, but every game dev is autistic. Well, there's a lot of autistic people in game dev. Maybe I'm on the spectrum, I don't fucking know anymore. Should we take an online autism test, which is 100% accurate? Unreal game devs need their own word. Go for it. If you can find something, go for it. But I agree. Autism is just it's a weird term, and I don't really know what it means. I have family that are autistic, and I would say that some of my family members, you would see them and talk to them, and you would know that they are on the spectrum. It's just, you know, what does this mean? They have trouble filtering their words, maybe. It's like, okay, well, I do too. I kind of like that about myself sometimes. Maybe they fidget. It's like, okay, well, I fidget. I don't know. I'm a millennial. Don't we all fidget? How expensive is assets in money / time for 3D? Suppose it's voxel engine. How expensive are assets for 3D in a voxel engine? It just depends on complexity. Making a 2D hybrid with Unreal, a good example for how bad Unreal devs are. Hey, join the club. Asset slot droppers. I don't know if there's a lot of asset slop in Unreal. It's more like Roblox and UEFN. There's some of that. Assets is a big hurdle. Assets is a big hurdle, yeah. It's a big hurdle, but you can get the free stuff on Fab every 2 weeks. Don't forget, these are about to go away, like today. So if you haven't claimed Magic Spell Effects, Modular Sci-Fi Treatment Station, and Stylized Fantasy Characters, get these. Get these now. You can't get free stuff if you make a custom voxel engine. This is true. Ever seen RPG Maker games? That's a good point. Wonder if some of these stuff would be useful for our game. Some like the props or materials. Then again, I think Rex is pretty good at making his own materials. Doing prize pick ad? What do you mean? Yeah, the Humble Bundle ones, yeah. Humble Bundle's nice. This is nice. My twin? The fuck you mean? Where's my twin? Look up prize pick ad. Just me? There's a few differences between me and this man. Look, his prize picks. No, he had fake hair. I don't have fake hair. What, you seen? I have fake hair. Fake hair bun? I don't have fake hair. What are you talking about? Get out of here. Do we need this here? Can we just delete this from the engine or uninstall it through launcher? We do that. I don't want to install it to the engine. Oh, it's my library. Install plugins. Wait, there's an update? An update is available. 5.7.4 came out? I don't see it. Is it a plugin? Why is there an update? Huh? Am I crazy? Send me a link, Kool-Aid. If you've got a picture, send me a link. You get 3D artists to make assets in the engine. I mean, if it's just like voxels, can you use simple cubes and something? Or do you mean, I don't know what you're trying to do. Are you trying to like merge the voxels in like some way that'll make them deform and stuff? Because I feel like you could test that without having to make any 3D models yet. .7.3. I think there's a new version of Unreal Engine that just came out. There's not even like any news of it yet. UE 5.7.3. Not fix. Maybe it's like here in the announcements. Oh yeah, look at this. Did they fix any of the bugs that I had? Build game for designed for iPad. Fails in install build. I did not have that bug. PCG, blah, 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 blah. NVIDIA async compute driver bug. Oh, wonderful. I mean, these have been fixed to be fair, so that's a good thing. Unable to interact or collide with geometry collection after removal on sleep or break timer finishes. Interesting. No, I don't think we had any problems with this that were fixed. Hey, still, update's an update, right? Can't complain too much. Make rotator attribute doesn't work with make rot from Euler angle. Okay. No. Eh. Bugs are fixed. Pretty cool to see. We can double check if there's any errors. I like the idea of using assets that exist in other games. I'm gonna be honest, like, what are you gonna do? Expedition 33 uses assets from other games. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do to save money. Looks like shit to you? Fair enough. What's the build time like? If I don't have to compile shaders, 30 seconds. If I have to compile shaders, it depends on how many shaders need to be compiled. Golden Chronicles would take like 2.5 hours to build from scratch. This game, not much. 10-20 minutes. You drink the entire bottle? Yes. Almost. You might lose your electrolytes and pee. I don't think that's how it happens. I'm pretty sure that's not how you lose electrolytes. Like, your cells store the electrolytes. Or are you saying the electrolytes are stored in your balls? Everything is stored in the balls, to be fair. He knows this. I sure hope so. I don't think I do, though. He is salty. Electrolytes is salts. Well, electrolytes are just minerals. But you don't lose them that way. You don't lose them by peeing. Some, your body uses them, right? To like break things down. Liver uses them. Whatever. Sodium and potassium are two of them, yes, I believe. Any errors? I don't see any errors. I think we're fine. This game is playable. I have ball knowledge. I don't know too much about electrolytes other than you lose a lot when you're sick. Oh my god. Kind of hard to play on controller. Very different than playing on mouse and keyboard. You also lose a lot of electrolytes when you're drunk. Which can also be one of the reasons why your head hurts in the morning. So one of the best things you can do if you have a hangover is to drink one of those electrolyte drinks. And just a lot of water. That's one of the best ways to prevent really bad hangovers. Why'd your runners have to drink shitload of water, drink it with salts? Well, the body uses a lot of electrolytes when exercising, which is why you want to replenish it. But it doesn't get, it's not like the more you pee, the more you're going to lose electrolytes. There's a lot of reasons why you might be peeing a lot. I messed with ABPs. Not really. I'm not really knowledgeable about... Oops. Forgot to sprint. Not really knowledgeable about animation stuff. Sorry. Be psycho to play this on controller. Look, like a PS5. No, it's just different. I would say I don't prefer playing this on controller. But maybe it's also I'm just not used to it. Why is pee less salty when you... Why are you tasting your pee? Stop talking about how salty the pee is like you're some expert. Stop drinking piss. Unless it's like some hot lady or something, I don't know. No. Gamer girl piss, right? Gamer girl piss with electrolytes. New marketing opportunity. Oh shit. I have I have stick drift in my left stick. It's pretty bad. Sometimes it just pulls me over. Fuck me. No, Unity is a great engine. I think there's no bad engine. It's all just code underneath the surface anyway, right? You can make any engine do anything you want. In Instagram, they drink Monster with goth girl spit in it? The fuck? You gotta... Don't go on Instagram. This pre-workout. I don't take pre-workout because I don't work out. Fuck. Okay, I will be the first person to tell you I think this game is easier to play with mouse and keyboard. But you can play it with a gamepad. Maybe it's a little bit better if we increase camera sensitivity. Fuck. How do I handle cliff climbing? I wrote my own code for determining mantleable surfaces and then where we need to mantle. Fuck me. It's so much easier to play on mouse and keyboard. $10K FPS. I think your GP would explode if you tried to do that. I can show you what the mantling code looks like. It is complex. There's a lot of things that we have to check for. These are all the checks that I have to run with it. There's lots of little, hold on. It actually lags the game if I have that open. It's like one Vulkan function. There's a lot of like little weird things we have to check for the player, so there was a bug. I'll show you if we can get to a point where the bug is noticeable. That would be a good place to check that. Be here. Yeah, actually here would work. So we do this like forward trace in front of the player, right? To see if there's a mantleable surface that they're in front of. The problem is that this can often create a couple of problems because we then have to fire a capsule check to see if the player can fit in the location that we are wanting to climb up to, right? Whereas if it were like a really tiny spot or something, it wouldn't work. So we need to detect in the cases like this if the player is hitting a spot where there's a wall or whatever, or maybe the player can't fit up there for some reason, and we need to push out that check and do another check to account for the wall. But then we need to say, okay, well, maybe the player can't fit in there. Can the player fit in there if crouching? And then, okay, now we need to see, does the player actually have something above their head that would prevent them from jumping? Do they have something in front of them that would prevent them from getting to that point? Lots of like just little checks to make sure that we are mantling in the right place. But even then, there are like some weird locations where you get stuff like that. Really hard to get it right. We do a line trace above the player head to see if there's clearance. That's exactly what we do. That's one of these here somewhere. This one here. So there's some like, you know, necessity for just good level design too on top of that. And I don't really care about any clipping that happens. Nobody's gonna give a shit. As long as it works. How do I do my animations? I downloaded animation or advanced locomotion system. Sorry, that's what it stands for. That's how I do my animations. Don't ask me anything art related. I can't give you an answer. Above my pay grade. How long did it take to design these levels? Depends on which one. A couple of days. Some tweaks then, of course. Maybe a total of like 3 weeks for all these levels combined. Am I doing the climbing animation? I feed in the animation that we run based on the Z height difference between the player and where we're trying to mantle to. Does the beams do the purple ones? Those are crystals. I don't know how I got lucky with that jump. Do the time skip. I bet I can make it. It's pretty easy. That's pretty good. We could try to do another deathless run now that we added the new level. Crystals have no use besides climbing. They will do ablation damage or ablative damage, so they will kill you if you stand in them too much. Game looks easy. Go ahead and try it yourself then. If you can beat my speedrun, get a free copy of the game. Exclamation point demo. Go give it a shot. My objectives aren't working. Let's fix that. Oh, I gotta fix that too. Does it work on Mac? No, it only works on Windows. What's my fastest time? Well, the fastest time was before the second room was expanded, so it's gonna have to change. I'll have to update it. But I'll say that if you can beat it within... Let's see. Where's my deathless run? Second room probably takes like 4 minutes maybe, so if you can beat it within 28 minutes, you'll probably have beaten my deathless run with the optional objective. That includes optional objective. But I think I need to re-record this because this was before a couple of updates that we made. I bet I made the UI for it, but I never copied over the logic. Should be an easy fix though. Or not. Uh-huh, yeah, we don't run it. There we go. I'll make a new build for that because otherwise it's not going to work right now for the final stats. Let's just double check that it's working. Should be good. Should be good. Let's make a new build for that then. On a save when compile setting? I don't do that because it angers you, and I really like to see that happen. I delete old versions of these. Delete forever.
Shiitake?
Good question. Alright, I'll make a new build with the fixed ending slide. Make a Mac OS build. I'm pretty sure I need a Mac to make a Mac OS build. I don't have a Mac. I can't make a build with that. Console support? After full PC release. We'll see. Purchase server for it, but you need to buy a Mac license. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Just use Windows like a normal person. You're part of the 1.16% of OS X users. More people use Linux, okay? There's more incentive for me to make a Linux build. This Steam OS, right, of course. Let's do a quick check to make sure it's running. Yeah, and Linux build is free, it's true. I think it's working now. What's the optional objective? To turn on the geothermal power plant, which right now just is a checkbox kind of thing, right? In the future, that is going to be something that turns on the main power of the facility, and if you don't do that, then the facility will be under emergency power. So a lot of lights won't be turned on and certain features will not be available. Oh my god, dude, my stick drift is fucking annoying. Like, it shoves me left for no reason. Look at this. Oh my god, it's annoying. Right, with controller. Collision issues? No, it's my gamepad. It's old and I've abused this thing. I hate playing games on controller with this. I need to either buy a new one or just replace the stick, but apparently it's kind of hard to replace the joystick. And I would need a soldering iron, which I don't want to buy because that's just more money wasted on top of buying a new fucking stick. I don't know. I'll probably have to do it though. It's horrible. I really would not play this game right now with controller on my controller because of the stick drift. It's really, really bad. God, it just pulls me. I'm pressing directly forward. And it'll just drift me to the left. Horrendous. Look at it. I'm actually pushing forward into the right a little bit. Maybe fix it software. It can be fixed at software level, yeah. No, it doesn't clip in and out. It'll just pull me. Like, I'm pushing forward and to the right now, and it's pulling me to the left. And so if I'm trying to like run across some, you know, really tiny thing like this, it just pulls me off. It's absolutely horrendous. That's mud on the ground. I did abuse my controller. It is old. I think I got it when I bought the PS5. Let it go. Put it out back like old Yeller. Abuse my controller like Hassan shocks his dog. Mouse wasn't getting captured. Better. Can we play the Hassan Kaya song? It is a good song. I do like the vent in here. Well, it should be better now. You like the vent? Thank you. Thanks, Daddy. I wanted to bring some immersive sim elements to Redlock. You know, we're not trying to make a parkour game. I don't want the player moving at light speed through levels. So having some points where we can just slow down and be a bit more immersive. Go through things slowly. That's more fun to me. Alright, we can see if the ending thing worked now. It was very unnecessary to play through my whole level doing that, but that's good practice. Good to catch bugs too. Yeah, working. Sweet. Well, the new build is up on the Google Drive. And we don't know what the best time is right now. End up adding a bar to your stats or leave them as percentages? A bar for your stats? Probably. Not for a long time though. It's just not important in pre-production. So, yes, probably in 9 months maybe? Near the end of the year, let's put it that way, or at the start of next year. I don't know when. Depends on how fast we get through milestones. We have a lot more important things to get to first. Which would be things like proper death conditions, saving and loading, persistence. We do actually have an upgrade. Oh no, we don't have an upgrade, but we do have an ability. We need solar flares. Radiation is kind of done already. Light detection. Subtitles. Oh. When it's halfway finished. Man, the halfway bar though feels out of reach sometimes. Because how do you define halfway? I mean, finishing your game is a lot of work. Key rebinding, settings menu with options. Make sure saving and loading, localization. Oh man. It's easy to look at like a level and just say, oh yeah, my level is fully looking good. So we're half finished, right? Yeah, the grind to keep working gets harder. It really does. It's really easy to make prototypes and stuff if you just don't care about how it looks or whatever. You don't have levels, okay. Well, I can only say, I hope that you reach your halfway point, and I hope that we reach our halfway point. Sometimes though I feel like our early access release will be the halfway point because yeah, we're gonna be missing a ton of the game. But at least we'll have all of like the game will be playable on gamepad. It should be ready for localization. Localization isn't too bad though. We'll already have, input handled. That'll be great. Settings, DLSS support and FSR support and all that stuff. Persistence across levels. Oh, yeah, it's tough. St. Pro, I'm pissed. Even setting up your Steam page is a lot of work. You need so many different like pieces to the puzzle with Steamworks. I think they even added more stuff that you can do too with your store page. Community, where is it? Well, there's like achievement stuff, and you have to localize all your achievements. That's always fun. You don't have to do that though, I did that. Where did they put all their, I always forget where they put the... like the art stuff. It wasn't in client images. I always forget where they put it. Oh, it's probably in here in the graphical assets. You need tons of different library images, and then each of these has like its own requirements. No texture logos. I know there's one of these where like the logo has to be at least easily legible, and they'll fail your Steam store page if you don't have this working correctly. Safe areas and all this other bullshit. Kind of annoying. Your full entire game planned out and documented and have a checklist. And still you'll probably have missed like 2 or 3 things at least, right? Spring sale's coming up. 9 days. That'll be exciting. Thursday the 19th. Got a week-long spring sale. House and Home Fest, Hidden Object Fest, Medieval Fest, Deck Builders, Ocean Fest. Exciting stuff. You have 100+ things on your checklist, Jesus. Even I can't plan out my game that far ahead. We have a production plan, but man, there's gonna be a lot of things missing from here. Little unknowns. And I'm probably gonna make another milestone for first playable before we jump into vertical. I don't feel confident that first playable 3 will finish us off. My Steamworks API key. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Most of it's small things. UI takes a lot of time. I think people underestimate how long UI takes to make, to bug test, to design, to then set up to work with different, you know, like widescreen and localization. Localization breaks the fuck out of UI. Especially if you're not prepared for like German or something. You're good with UI? I hope so. That's a lot of people's pain points. I hate UI. Yeah, UI's kind of nasty. We'll probably get somebody to design our UI for us, and I'll just work on the coding for it. We're gonna try to decouple most of it with MVVM, which seems to be working pretty well. And use Polish as like a easy placeholder language for localization testing. Yeah, it takes a lot of time. It's very easy to underestimate UI costs in production. If you're working in Unreal, there's a pretty cool free asset pack from Epic for UI. Also new free content, by the way. What was it called? It was like, it'll be my library. UI. Wasn't this, was it? No, that was just progress bars. I don't see it here. I thought I downloaded it somewhere. UI Material Lab, what it was called. Even on here? Oh yeah, here it is. This is pretty nice. This has a lot of like built-in examples, which I believe are working with Common UI. I could be wrong. I think it's just UMG. But either way, you can still use these with Common UI for a lot of different types of progress bars and like fill stuff. And this is free. And comes with a whole bunch of the materials, which is pretty cool. So check that out. That is part of the Epic Education Learning and Training. Bring back the marketplace. We just get some really good stuff. I mean, it's all part of Fab now. These are the new ones: Abandoned Lighthouse Island, Ruined Modern Buildings Pack, and Combat Magic Animations. Interesting stuff. That has been bad. I mean, it's the same as it's always been, right? Like, sometimes there's some good stuff, sometimes not. Depends. But it's free. Some nice animations. Can't go wrong. Ruined Buildings. Quite a lot of stuff. Abandoned Lighthouse Island, full environment. Pretty good for making a prototype from. Some nice props. Can't go wrong with that. You like the ruined buildings? They do look pretty nice. London British environment. Ooh. Wonder if that includes like stabbing animations. I don't see them anywhere. Doesn't look like London either because there's too many pro-Britain flags. It's not lore accurate. Pretty good though for $50. That's actually, okay. Jokes aside, this is actually kind of a lot of assets for $50. And they're pretty damn good quality too. The Kipash assets? They don't really have a good full image of everything. PCG feature for faster scene creation. Over 1,500 assets. Prefab level instances to speed up workflow. That's good. Modular buildings, street elements, props, and foliage. Simple interiors and traditional storefronts. Audio VFX level instances and meshes. That's pretty impressive for $50. Really good material quality too, like texture quality. Jesus Christ. You know what I'll see? I'm gonna see some future game on Kickstarter where it's like, you know, immersive London hacking minigame, and they show it's just this level that they didn't even bother to like make their own version of. And then somebody's gonna spend so much money on it because they think that that developer actually knows what they're doing. Every time, man. I mean, I love asset packs like this, but it makes it way easier to scam people. Weren't you already following VR? Haven't you been watching me for weeks? I appreciate it nonetheless. What about Unity asset stores that has a bunch more free assets versus Unreal's to use for learning? I don't know. I wouldn't say that. There's just a lot of stuff that gets hidden. I don't know, man. There's a lot of free stuff. Like, all of this is free. All their projects. That's limited time free. I filter by... I like filter by free. I mean, there's holy bunches of coffee shop environments and characters, interiors, low poly stuff, foliage, whole environments, factory packs, office packs, stylized nature, medical clinic. I mean, this is all free and you can all use it in your commercial products. Full cartoon city, look at this. Make a whole damn game with this. Or a bunch of fake mobile ads. probably what people have used those for. Yeah, Mega Scans is great. There's lots of good stuff for free. Whole spaceship interior. I don't know. I don't know. I think there's more than people often can find in it. Lots of props and stuff. Hard to get shown it. Yo, look at all the props on this. Holy Jesus. He has twice as much store assets? It doesn't mean that they're better, though. It'd just be a bunch of junk. There's a lot of junk in the Fab marketplace, too. There's 2.4 thousand things that are free. Easy Building System V10 is free. A full building system. A la Fortnite. This is free. Pretty crazy. The full sky system here. Pretty decent for being free. Blockout toolkit. That's pretty nice. Can't go wrong with blockout tools. Some free UI stuff too, with like prompts. Some GUI. Some of this might be like AI though. I kind of forget how to turn that off. Oh, I already have it turned off. So it's not showing anything made with AI. As far as it says. He has 9K free assets. Probably just a bunch of props, like you said. Well, I mean, something being free doesn't mean it's better. Like, you know, hey, does Unity have Islam pray animations for free? I bet it doesn't. Does it have trendy dance collection with twerking? I bet it doesn't. You want to see it? You want to see the twerk? I mean, not to say that Unreal is better, but I mean, look at this. Where's the twerk? I want to see the twerk. Oh my god. Oh. I can't, man. I bet 2.7 thousand of those tools are to do things that Unreal does out of the box. Unfortunately, you have to admit, Unreal wins on that one. Got a lot of stuff it does out of the box. I'm just pissing on your parade anyway. Fork knife dance. There's some pretty good stuff here. I really got to take a look at the free things more often. They're pretty nice. Metal Materials Pack, PBR. Customizable graffiti assets? Those are pretty good. There's a lot of graffiti. Huh. Some of these also work with Unity too, because I think Fab supports Unity. I don't know if they like mix it all, but I know that there's a full Unity section on here too. I never looked there, so I don't know what to look for. But it might be totally separate. No, because look, it shows that I have some things from Unity in here. Maybe it's just that it supports... Oh yeah, different formats. There's some crossover. Pretty cool. Yeah, there's some good... The thing I like about downloading off of Fab, though, is that I know that I'm not going to get in trouble with licensing. Versus, you know, you pull some asset from, you know, like 3D Squid or something, right? And you might get fucked over. GG Squid. Yeah, I mean, if it's a mesh, right? Your mesh should probably work out of the box with Unity. You might just need to flip some of the axes. Or like textures and materials, right? Should be just fine. Other things maybe not so much. Fab needs a good sound library. Does it have anything good for sounds right now? Got 9.1K. Oh, I think that's total. 290 footsteps sound effects. They're just all the same sound effect, but at a different, at a different, like, tone. Be hard to filter through some of this stuff. Love a good monthly payment system for sounds. Most of the sites are only for videos. Yeah. I'm not very good with all the sound stuff. I'll probably just do what we can for Redlock, and then once we get some money, I'll probably just hire a sound designer to come through and do a more professional job. You know, pay him for a couple months' work. But I mean, that's just way cheap, and it saves me the time of having to do it. I don't even have to spend that much money on that. We'll see. We'll see how many copies we sell, because if we don't sell enough copies, then I'm going to be fucked over. No, AI generated... Yeah, there's a lot of AI generated thumbnails. So use sound cue system. I don't want to learn meta sound. We're going to be learning meta sound. I want to learn meta sound, at least enough to know if, you know, what I can use it for. That'll be next milestone. I don't know, we'll see. Oh, have we wasted enough time? Can I get going home now? What are we going to do tomorrow? We are probably going to do Star Creator Pro. I just need to talk to Rex and get him to upload that asset to that branch. I don't think that'll take us the whole day though, so after we're done with that, we can jump into refactoring our interaction. That might be pretty destructive because I think I'm going to... I think I'll try to handle it all through an actor component. I don't know, it can mess up a lot though. We'd have to see what inherits from our blueprint class. I'm a little bit scared about it though. It's actually not that bad. Not that bad. It could be worse. Yeah, we'll jump into that. We know that's going to be a little bit destructive to the project file, so we'll get there. We'll get there. That might take us more than a couple days to do because of how destructive it'll be. And I want to put it into a plugin too so that I can just pull in my, you know, an interactable plugin for third or first person into future projects and just have that working out of the box. And I don't have to make it from scratch again. So that's what we'll do. For today, I'm out. I'm going to upload this to YouTube. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for more Redlock development, where we will continue with our tasks and finish up our milestone. We're making good progress. We're making very good progress. I'm excited to jump into First Playable 3 because we have some pretty cool things that we are going to be working on in that milestone. We're making good progress. But hey, if you want to check out the game yourself, type in !demo or check out our Discord where you can play the game and give us feedback. Peace. Much love. Have a great rest of your Tuesday, guys. Bye-bye.